Part 3, Chapter 45 of Thus Spake Zarathustra by Friedrich Nietzsche, translated by Thomas Common. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Third Part. Ye look aloft when ye long for exaltation, and I look downward, because I am exalted. Who among you can at the same time laugh and be exalted? He who climbeth on the highest mountains laugheth at all tragic plays and tragic realities. Zarathustra Part 1, Reading and Writing. The Wanderer. Then, when it was about midnight, Zarathustra went his way over the ridge of the isle that he might arrive early in the morning at the other coast, because there he meant to embark. For there was a good roadstead there, in which foreign ships also liked to anchor. Those ships took many people with them, who wished to cross over from the Happy Isles. So, when Zarathustra thus ascended the mountain, he thought on the way of his many solitary wanderings from youth onwards, and how many mountains and ridges and summits he had already climbed. "I am a wanderer and mountain climber," said he to his heart. "I love not the plains, and it seemeth I cannot long sit still. And whatever may still overtake me as fate and experience, a wandering will be therein, and a mountain climbing. In the end one experienceth only one's self. The time is now past when accidents could befall me, and what could now fall to my lot, which would not already be mine own? It returneth only, it cometh home to me at last, mine own self, and such of it as hath been long abroad, and scattered among things and accidents. And one thing more do I know, I stand now before my last summit, and before that which hath been longest reserved for me. Ah, my hardest path must I ascend. Ah, I have begun my lonesomest wandering. He, however, who is of my nature, doth not avoid such an hour, the hour that saith unto him, Now only dost thou go the way to thy greatness. Summit and abyss, these are now comprised together. Thou goest the way to thy greatness. Now hath it become thy last refuge, what was hitherto thy last danger. Thou goest the way to thy greatness. It must now be thy best courage that there is no longer any path behind thee. Thou goest the way to thy greatness. Here shall no one steal after thee. Thy foot itself hath effaced the path behind thee, and over it standeth written, Impossibility. And if all ladders henceforth fail thee, then must thou learn to mount upon thine own head. How couldst thou mount upward otherwise? Upon thine own head, and beyond thine own heart. Now must the gentlest in thee become the hardest. He who hath always much indulged himself sickeneth at last by his much indulgence. Praises on what maketh hardy. I do not praise the land where butter and honey flow. To learn to look away from oneself is necessary in order to see many things. This hardiness is needed by every mountain climber. He, however, who is obtrusive with his eyes as a discerner, how can he ever see more of anything than its foreground? But thou, O Zarathustra, wouldst view the ground of everything and its background. Thus must thou mount even above thyself, upwards, until thou hast even thy stars under thee. Yea, to look down upon myself and even upon my stars, that only would I call my summit, that hath remained for me as my last summit. Thus spake Zarathustra to himself, while ascending, comforting his heart with harsh maxims, for he was sore at heart as he had never been before. And when he had reached the top of the mountain ridge, behold, there lay the other sea spread out before him, and he stood still and was long silent. The night, however, was cold at this height, and clear and starry. "I recognize my destiny," said he at last, sadly. "Well, I am ready. Now hath my last lonesomeness begun. Ah, this sombre, sad sea below me. Ah, this sombre nocturnal vexation. Ah, fate and sea, to you must I now go down. Before my highest mountain do I stand, and before my longest wandering. Therefore must I first go deeper down than I ever ascended. Deeper down into pain than I ever ascended, even into its darkest flood. So willeth my fate. Well, I am ready. Whence come the highest mountains? So did I once ask. Then did I learn that they come out of the sea. That testimony is inscribed on their stones, and on the walls of their summits. Out of the deepest must the highest come to its height. Thus spake Zarathustra on the ridge of the mountain where it was cold. When, however, he came into the vicinity of the sea, and at last stood alone amongst the cliffs, then had he become weary on his way, and eagerer than ever before. "Everything as yet sleepeth," said he, "even the sea sleepeth. Drowsily and strangely doth its eye gaze upon me. But it breatheth warmly, I feel it. And I feel also that it dreameth. It tosseth about dreamily on hard pillows. Hark, hark, how it groaneth with evil recollections, or evil expectations. I am sad along with thee, thou dusky monster, and angry with myself even for thy sake. That my hand hath not strength enough. Gladly indeed would I free thee from evil dreams." And while Zarathustra thus spake, he laughed at himself with melancholy and bitterness. "What, Zarathustra," said he, "wilt thou even sing consolation to the sea? Ah, thou amiable fool, Zarathustra, thou too blindly confiding one! But thus hast thou ever been, ever hast thou approached confidently all that is terrible. Every monster wouldst thou caress, a whiff of warm breath, a little soft tuft on its paw. And immediately wert thou ready to love and lure it. Love is the danger of the lonesomest one. Love to anything, if it only live. Laughable, verily, is my folly, and my modesty in love." Thus spake Zarathustra, and laughed thereby a second time. Then, however, he thought of his abandoned friends, and as if he had done them a wrong with his thoughts, he upbraided himself because of his thoughts. And forthwith it came to pass that the laughter wept. With anger and longing wept Zarathustra bitterly. Notes by Anthony M. Ludovici. This is perhaps the most important of all the 4 parts. If it contained only, "the Vision and the Enigma," and, "the Old and New Tables," I should still be of this opinion, for in the former of these discourses we meet with what Nietzsche regarded as the crowning doctrine of his philosophy, and in "the Old and New Tables," we have a valuable epitome of practically all his leading principles. End of Part 3, Chapter 45. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Part 3, Chapter 46 of Thus Spake Zarathustra by Friedrich Nietzsche, translated by Thomas Common. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Vision and the Enigma. 1. When it got abroad among the sailors that Zarathustra was on board the ship, for a man who came from the Happy Isles had gone on board along with him. There was great curiosity and expectation. But Zarathustra kept silent for 2 days, and was cold and deaf with sadness, so that he neither answered looks nor questions. On the evening of the 2nd day, however, he again opened his ears, though he still kept silent. For there were many curious and dangerous things to be heard on board the ship, which came from afar, and was to go still further. Zarathustra, however, was fond of all those who make distant voyages, and disliked to live without danger. And behold, when listening, his own tongue was at last loosened, and the ice of his heart broke. Then did he begin to speak thus: "To you, the daring venturers and adventurers, and whoever hath embarked with cunning sails upon frightful seas, to you, the enigma intoxicated, the twilight enjoyers, whose souls are allured by flutes to every treacherous gulf. For ye dislike to grope at a thread with cowardly hand, and where you can divine, there do ye hate to calculate. To you only do I tell the enigma that I saw, the vision of the lonesomest one. Gloomily walked I lately in corpse-colored twilight, gloomily and sternly, with compressed lips. Not only one sun had set for me, a path which ascended daringly among boulders, an evil, lonesome path, which neither herb nor shrub any longer cheered, a mountain path, crunched under the daring of my foot. Mutely marching over the scornful clinking of pebbles, trampling the stone that let it slip, thus did my foot force its way upwards, in spite of the spirit that drew it downwards toward the abyss, the spirit of gravity, my devil and arch-enemy. Upwards, although it sat upon me half dwarf, half mole, paralyzing, dripping lead in mine ear, and thoughts like drops of lead into my brain. "Oh, Zarathustra," it whispered scornfully, syllable by syllable, "thou stone of wisdom, thou threwest thyself high, but every thrown stone must fall. O Zarathustra, thou stone of wisdom, thou sling-stone, thou star-destroyer, thyself threwest thou so high, but every thrown stone must fall, condemned of thyself and to thine own stoning. O Zarathustra, far indeed threwest thou thy stone, but upon thyself will it recoil." Then was the dwarf silent, and it lasted long. The silence, however, oppressed me, and to be thus in pairs, one is verily lonesomer than when alone. I ascended, I dreamt, I thought, but everything oppressed me. A sick one did I resemble, whom bad torture wearieth, and a worse dream reawakeneth out of his first sleep. But there is something in me which I call courage. It hath hitherto slain for me every dejection. This courage at last bade me stand still and say, "Dwarf, thou or I?" For courage is the best slayer, courage which attacketh. For in every attack there is sound of triumph. Man, however, is the most courageous animal. Thereby hath he overcome every animal. With sound of triumph hath he overcome every pain. Human pain, however, is the sorest pain. Courage slayeth also giddiness at abysses. And where doth man not stand at abysses? Is not seeing itself seeing abysses? Courage is the best slayer. Courage slayeth also fellow-suffering. Fellow-suffering, however, is the deepest abyss, As deeply as man looketh into life, so deeply also doth he look into suffering. Courage, however, is the best slayer, courage which attacketh. It slayeth even death itself, for it saith, "Was that life? Well, once more." In such speech, however, there is much sound of triumph. He who hath ears to hear, let him hear. 2. "Halt, dwarf," said I. "Either I or thou. I, however, am the stronger of the two. Thou knowest not mine abysmal thought. It couldst thou not endure." Then happened that which made me lighter, for the dwarf sprang from my shoulder, the prying sprite, and it squatted on a stone in front of me. There was, however, a gateway just where we halted. "Look at this gateway, dwarf," I continued. "It hath two faces. 2 roads come together here. These hath no one yet gone to the end of. This long lane backwards, it continueth for an eternity. And that long lane forward, that is another eternity. They are antithetical to one another, these roads. They directly abut on one another. And it is here at this gateway that they come together. The name of the gateway is inscribed above. This moment. But should one follow them further, and ever further and further on, thinkest thou, dwarf, that these roads would be eternally antithetical?" "Everything straight lieth," murmured the dwarf contemptuously. "All truth is crooked. Time itself is a circle." "Thou spirit of gravity," said I wrathfully, "do not take it too lightly, or I shall let thee squat where thou squattest, halt-foot, and I carried thee high. Observe," continued I, "this moment. From the gateway, this moment, there runneth a long eternal lane backwards. Behind us lieth an eternity. Must not whatever can run its course of all things have already run along that lane? Must not whatever can happen of all things have already happened, resulted, and gone by? And if everything have already existed, what thinkest thou, dwarf, of this moment? Must not this gateway also have already existed? And are not all things closely bound together in such wise that this moment draweth all coming things after it? Consequently, itself also. For whatever can run its course of all things, also in this long lane outward, must it once more run. And this slow spider which creepeth in the moonlight, and this moonlight itself, and thou and I in this gateway whispering together, whispering of eternal things, must we not all have already existed? And must we not return and run in that other lane out before us, that long, weird lane? Must we not eternally return? Thus did I speak, and always more softly, for I was afraid of my own thoughts and arrear thoughts. Then suddenly did I hear a dog howl near me. Had I ever heard a dog howl thus? My thoughts ran back. Yes, when I was a child, in my most distant childhood. Then did I hear a dog howl thus, and saw it also with hair bristling, its head upwards, trembling in the stillest midnight, when even dogs believe in ghosts. So that it excited my commiseration. For just then went the full moon, silent as death, over the house. Just then did it stand still, a glowing globe, at rest on the flat roof, as if on someone's property. Thereby had the dog been terrified, for dogs believe in thieves and ghosts. And when I again heard such howling, then did it excite my commiseration once more. Where was now the dwarf, and the gateway, and the spider, and all the whispering? Had I dreamt? Had I awakened? Twixt rugged rocks did I suddenly stand alone, dreary in the dreariest moonlight. But there lay a man, and there the dog leaping, bristling, whining. Now did it see me coming, then did it howl again, then did it cry. Had I ever heard a dog cry so for help? And verily, what I saw, the like had I never seen. A young shepherd did I see, writhing, choking, quivering, with distorted countenance, and with a heavy black serpent hanging out of his mouth. Had I ever seen so much loathing and pale horror on one countenance? He had perhaps gone to sleep. Then had the serpent crawled into his throat. There had it bitten itself fast. My hand pulled at the serpent, and pulled in vain. I failed to pull the serpent out of his throat. Then there cried out of me, "Bite! Bite its head off! Bite!" So cried it out of me, my horror, my hatred, my loathing, my pity, and all my good and my bad cried with one voice out of me. Ye daring ones around me, ye venturers and adventurers, and whoever of you have embarked with cunning sails on unexplored seas, ye enigma enjoyers, solve unto me the enigma that I then beheld. Interpret unto me the vision of the lonesomest one. For it was a vision and a foresight. What did I then behold in parable? And who is it that must come some day? Who is the shepherd into whose throat the serpent thus crawled? Who is the man into whose throat all the heaviest and blackest will thus crawl? The shepherd, however, bit as my cry had admonished him. He bit with a strong bite. Far away did he spit the head of the serpent, and sprang up. No longer shepherd, no longer man. A transfigured being, a light-surrounded being that laughed. Never on earth laughed a man as he laughed. Oh, my brethren, I heard a laughter which was no human laughter, and now gnaweth a thirst at me, a longing that is never allayed. My longing for that laughter gnaweth at me. Oh, how can I still endure to live, and how could I endure to die at present? Notes by Anthony M. Ludovici. The Vision and the Enigma is perhaps an example of Nietzsche in his most obscure vein. We must know how persistently he inveighed against the oppressing and depressing influence of man's sense of guilt and consciousness of sin, in order to fully grasp the significance of this discourse. Slowly but surely, he thought the values of Christianity and Judaic traditions had done their work in the minds of men. What were once but expedients devised for the discipline of a certain portion of humanity had now passed into man's blood and had become instincts. This oppressive and paralyzing sense of guilt and of sin is what Nietzsche refers to when he speaks of the spirit of gravity. This creature, half dwarf, half mole, whom he bears with him a certain distance on his climb and finally defies, and on whom he calls his devil and arch-enemy, is nothing more than the heavy millstone, guilty conscience, together with the concept of sin which at present hangs round the neck of men. To rise above it, to soar, is the most difficult of all things today. Nietzsche is able to think cheerfully and optimistically of the possibility of life in this world recurring again and again, when he has once cast the dwarf from his shoulders, and he announces his doctrine of the eternal recurrence of all things, great and small, to his arch-enemy, and in defiance of him. That there is much to be said for Nietzsche's hypothesis of the eternal recurrence of all things great and small, nobody who has read the literature on the subject will doubt for an instant, but it remains a very daring conjecture notwithstanding, and even in its ultimate effect as a dogma on the minds of men, I venture to doubt whether Nietzsche ever properly estimated its worth. See note on chapter 57. What follows is clear enough. Zarathustra sees a young shepherd struggling on the ground with a snake holding fast to the back of his throat. The sage, assuming that the snake must have crawled into the young man's mouth while he lay sleeping, runs to his help and pulls at the loathsome reptile with all his might, but in vain. At last, in despair, Zarathustra appeals to the young man's will. Knowing full well what a ghastly operation he is recommending, he nevertheless cries, quote, "Bite, bite its head off, bite," end quote, as the only possible solution of the difficulty. The young shepherd bites, and far away he spits the snake's head, whereupon he rises, quote, "No longer shepherd, no longer man, a transfigured being, a light-surrounded being that laughed. Never on earth laughed a man as he laughed." End quote. In this parable, the young shepherd is obviously the man of today. The snake that chokes him represents the stultifying and paralyzing social values that threaten to shatter humanity, and the advice, "Bite, bite," is but Nietzsche's exasperated cry to mankind to alter their values before it is too late. End Part 3, Chapter 46. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Part 3, Chapter 47 of Thus Spake Zarathustra by Friedrich Nietzsche, translated by Thomas Common. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Involuntary Bliss. With such enigmas and bitterness in his heart did Zarathustra sail o'er the sea. When, however, he was 4-day journeys from the Happy Isles and from his friends, then had he surmounted all his pain. Triumphantly and with firm foot did he again accept his fate. And then talked Zarathustra in this wise to his exulting conscience. Alone am I again, and like to be so. Alone with the pure heaven and the open sea. And again is the afternoon around me. On an afternoon did I find my friends for the first time. On an afternoon also did I find them a second time. At the hour when all light becometh stiller. For whatever happiness is still on its way twixt heaven and earth, now seeketh for lodging a luminous soul. With happiness hath all light now become stiller. O afternoon of my life! Once did my happiness also descend to the valley that it might seek a lodging. Then did it find those open, hospitable souls. O afternoon of my life! What did I not surrender that I might have one thing, this living plantation of my thoughts, and this dawn of my highest hope? Companions did the creating one once seek, and children of his hope. And lo, it turned out that he could not find them except he himself should first create them. Thus am I in the midst of my work, to my children going, and from them returning. For the sake of his children must Zarathustra perfect himself. For in one's heart one loveth only one's child and one's work. And where there is great love to oneself, then is it the sign of pregnancy. So have I found it. Still are my children verdant in their first spring, standing nigh one another, and shaken in common by the winds, the trees of my garden and of my best soil. And verily, where such trees stand beside one another, there are happy isles. But one day will I take them up, and put each by itself alone, that it may learn lonesomeness and defiance and prudence. Gnarled and crooked, and with flexible hardness, shall it then stand by the sea, a living lighthouse of unconquerable life. Yonder, where the storms rush down into the sea, and the snout of the mountain drinketh water, shall each on a time have his day and night watches for his testing and recognition. Recognized and tested shall each be, to see if he be of my type and lineage. If he be a master of a long will, silent even when he speaketh, and giving in such wise that he taketh in giving, so that he may one day become my companion, a fellow creator and fellow enjoyer with Zarathustra. Such a one as writeth my will on my tables, for the fuller perfection of all things, and for his sake, and for those like him, must I perfect myself. Therefore do I now avoid my happiness, and present myself to every misfortune for my final testing and recognition. And verily, it were time that I went away, and the wanderer's shadow, and the longest tedium, and the stillest hour, have all said unto me, it is the highest time. The word blew to me through the keyhole, and said, Come. The door sprang subtly open unto me, and said, Go. But I lay enchained to my love for my children. Desire spread this snare for me, the desire for love, that I should become the prey of my children and lose myself in them. Desiring, that is now for me to have lost myself. I possess you, my children. In this possessing shall everything be assurance and nothing desire. But brooding lay the sun of my love upon me, and in his own juice stewed Zarathustra. Then did shadows and doubts fly past me. For frost and winter I now longed. Oh, that frost and winter would again make me crack and crunch, sighed I. Then arose icy mist out of me. My past burst its tomb, many pains buried alive woke up, fully slept had they merely concealed in corpse clothes. So called everything unto me in signs, It is time, but I heard not until at last mine abyss moved and my thought bit me. Ah, abysmal thought, which art my thought. When shall I find strength to hear thee burrowing and no longer tremble? To my very throat throbbeth my heart when I hear thee burrowing. Thy muteness even is like to strangle me, thou abysmal mute one. As yet have I never ventured to call thee up. It hath been enough that I have carried thee about with me. As yet have I not been strong enough for my final lion wantonness and playfulness. Sufficiently formidable unto me hath thy weight ever been. But one day shall I yet find the strength and the lion's voice which will call thee up. When I shall have surmounted myself therein, then will I surmount myself also in that which is greater, and a victory shall be the seal of my perfection. Meanwhile do I sail along on uncertain seas. Chance flattereth me, smooth-tongued chance. Forward and backward do I gaze, still see I no end. As yet hath the hour of my final struggle not come to me, or doth it come to me perhaps just now? Verily, with insidious beauty do sea and life gaze upon me round about. O afternoon of my life! O happiness before eventide! O haven upon high seas. O peace in uncertainty, how I distrust all of you! Verily, distrustful am I of your insidious beauty. Like the lover am I, who distrusteth too sleek smiling. As he pusheth the best beloved before him, tender even in severity the jealous one, so do I push this blissful hour before me. Away with thee, thou blissful hour! With thee hath there come to me an involuntary bliss. Ready for my severest pain do I here stand. At the wrong time hast thou come. Away with thee, thou blissful hour! Rather harbour there with my children. Hasten, and bless them before eventide with my happiness. There, already approacheth eventide. The sun sinketh. Away, my happiness. Thus spake Zarathustra, and he waited for his misfortune the whole night, but he waited in vain. The night remained clear and calm, and happiness itself came nigher and nigher unto him. Toward morning, however, Zarathustra laughed to his heart, and said mockingly, Happiness runneth after me. That is because I do not run after women. Happiness, however, is a woman. Notes by Anthony M. Ludovici. This, like The Wanderer, is one of the many introspective passages in the work, and is full of innuendos and hints as to the Nietzschean outlook on life. End of Part 3, Chapter 47. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Part 3, Chapter 48 of Thus Spake Zarathustra by Friedrich Nietzsche, translated by Thomas Common. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Before Sunrise. O heaven above me, thou pure, thou deep heaven, thou abyss of light, gazing on thee I tremble with divine desires. Up to thy height to toss myself, that is my depth. In thy purity to hide myself, that is mine innocence. The god veileth his beauty, thus hidest thou thy stars. Thou speakest not, thus proclaimest thou thy wisdom unto me. Mute o'er the raging sea hast thou risen for me today. Thy love and thy modesty make a revelation unto my raging soul. In that thou camest unto me beautiful, veiled in thy beauty, in that thou spakest unto me mutely, obvious in thy wisdom. Oh, how could I fail to divine all the modesty of thy soul? Before the sun didst thou come unto me, the lonesomest one. We have been friends from the beginning. To us are grief, gruesomeness, and ground common. Even the sun is common to us. We do not speak to each other because we know too much. We keep silent to each other. We smile our knowledge to each other. Art thou not the light of my fire? Hast thou not the sister soul of mine insight? Together did we learn everything. Together did we learn to ascend beyond ourselves to ourselves, and to smile uncloudedly. Uncloudedly to smile down out of luminous eyes and out of miles of distance, when under us constraint and purpose and guilt steam like rain. And I wandered alone. For what did my soul hunger by night and in labyrinthine paths? And climbed I mountains, whom did I ever seek, if not thee upon mountains? And all my wandering and mountain climbing, a necessity was it merely, and a makeshift of the unhandy one. To fly only wanteth mine entire will, to fly into thee. And what have I hated more than passing clouds, and whatever tainteth thee? And mine own hatred have I even hated because it tainted thee. The passing clouds I detest, those stealthy cats of prey. They take from thee and me what is common to us, the vast unbounded yea and amen saying. These mediators and mixers we detest, the passing clouds, those half and half ones that have neither learned to bless nor to curse from the heart. Rather will I sit in a tub under a closed heaven. Rather will I sit in the abyss without heaven than see thee, thou luminous heaven, tainted with passing clouds. And oft have I longed to pin them fast with the jagged gold wires of lightning, that I might, like the thunder, beat the drum upon their kettle bellies, an angry drummer, because they rob me of thy yea and amen. Thou heaven above me, thou pure, thou luminous heaven, thou abyss of light, because they rob thee of my yea and amen. For rather will I have noise and thunders and tempest blasts than this discreet doubting cat repose. And also amongst men do I hate most of all the soft treaders, and half ones, and the doubting, hesitating, passing clouds. And he who cannot bless shall learn to curse. This clear teaching dropped unto me from the clear heaven. This star standeth in my heaven even in dark nights. I, however, am a blesser and a yea-sayer, if thou but be around me, thou pure, thou luminous heaven, thou abyss of light. Into all abysses do I then carry my beneficent yea-saying. A blesser have I become and a yea-sayer. And therefore strove I long, and was I a striver, that I might one day get my hands free for blessing. This, however, is my blessing, to stand above everything as its own heaven, its round roof, its azure bell, and eternal security. And blessed is he who thus blesseth. For all things are baptized at the font of eternity, and beyond good and evil. Good and evil themselves, however, are but fugitive shadows and damp afflictions and passing clouds. Verily, it is a blessing and not a blasphemy when I teach that, above all things there standeth the heaven of chance, the heaven of innocence, the heaven of hazard, the heaven of wantonness. Of hazard? That is the oldest nobility in the world. That gave I back to all things. I emancipated them from bondage under purpose. This freedom and celestial serenity did I put like an azure bell above all things, when I taught that over them and through them no eternal will willeth. This wantonness and folly did I put in place of that will, when I taught that in everything there is one thing impossible, rationality. A little reason, to be sure, a germ of wisdom scattered from star to star, this leaven is mixed in all things. For the sake of folly, wisdom is mixed in all things. A little wisdom is indeed possible. But this blessed security have I found in all things, that they prefer to dance on the feet of chance. Oh, heaven above me, thou pure, thou lofty heaven! This is now thy purity unto me, that there is no eternal reason spider and reason cobweb, that thou art to me a dancing floor for divine chances, that thou art to me a table of the gods, for divine dice and dice players. But thou blushest? Have I spoken unspeakable things? Have I abused when I meant to bless thee? Or is it the shame of being two of us that maketh thee blush? Dost thou bid me go and be silent, because now day cometh? The world is deep, and deeper than e'er the day could read. Not everything may be uttered in presence of day, But day cometh, so let us part. O heaven above me, thou modest one, thou glowing one, O thou, my happiness before sunrise! The day cometh, so let us part. Thus spake Zarathustra. Notes by Anthony M. Ludovici. Here we have a record of Zarathustra's avowal of optimism, as also the important statement concerning chance, or accident, verse 27. Those who are familiar with Nietzsche's philosophy will not require to be told what an important role his doctrine of chance plays in his teaching. The giant chance has hitherto played with the puppet man. This is the fact he cannot contemplate with equanimity. Man shall now exploit chance, he says again and again, and make it fall on its knees before him. See verse 33 in On the Olive Mount, and verses 9 to 10 in the Bedwarfing Virtue. End of Part 3, Chapter 48. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Part 3, Chapter 49 of Thus Spake Zarathustra by Friedrich Nietzsche, translated by Thomas Common. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Bedwarfing Virtue. 1. When Zarathustra was again on the continent, he did not go straightway to his mountains and his cave, but made many wanderings and questionings, and ascertained this and that, so that he said of himself jestingly, Lo, a river that floweth back unto its source in many windings. For he wanted to learn what had taken place among men during the interval, whether they had become greater or smaller. And once, when he saw a row of new houses, he marveled and said, What do these houses mean? Verily, no great soul put them up as its simile. Did perhaps a silly child take them out of its toy box? Would that another child put them again into the box! And these rooms and chambers, can men go out and in there? They seem to be made for silk dolls, or for dainty eaters who perhaps let others eat with them. And Zarathustra stood still and meditated. At last he said sorrowfully, There hath everything become smaller. Everywhere do I see lower doorways. He who is of my type can still go there through, but he must stoop. Oh, when shall I arrive again at my home, where I shall no longer have to stoop? Shall no longer have to stoop before the small ones? And Zarathustra sighed and gazed into the distance. The same day, however, he gave his discourse on the Bedwarfing Virtue. 2. I pass through this people and keep mine eyes open. They do not forgive me for not envying their virtues. They bite at me because I say unto them that for small people, small virtues are necessary, and because it is hard for me to understand that small people are necessary. Here am I still like a cock in a strange farmyard, at which even the hens peck. But on that account I am not unfriendly to the hens. I am courteous toward them, as toward all small annoyances. To be prickly toward what is small seemeth to me wisdom for hedgehogs. They all speak of me when they sit around their fire in the evening. They speak of me, but no one thinketh of me. This is the new stillness which I have experienced. Their noise around me spreadeth a mantle over my thoughts. They shout to one another, What is this gloomy cloud about to do to us? Let us see that it doth not bring a plague upon us. And recently did a woman seize upon her child that was coming unto me. Take the children away, cried she.
Such eyes scorch children's souls."
They cough when I speak. They think coughing an objection to strong winds. They divine nothing of the boisterousness of my happiness.
"We have not yet time for Zarathustra."
So they object. But what matter about a time that hath no time for Zarathustra? And if they should altogether praise me, how could I go to sleep on their praise? A girdle of spines is their praise unto me. It scratcheth me even when I take it off. And this also did I learn among them, the praiser doeth as if he gave back. In truth, however, he wanteth more to be given him. Ask my foot if their lauding and luring strains please it. Verily, to such measure and tick-tack it liketh neither to dance nor to stand still. To small virtues would they fain lure and laud me. To the tick-tack of small happiness would they fain persuade my foot. I pass through this people and keep mine eyes open. They have become smaller, and ever become smaller. The reason thereof is their doctrine of happiness and virtue. For they are moderate also in virtue, because they want comfort. With comfort, however, moderate virtue only is compatible. To be sure, they also learn in their way to stride on and stride forward, that I call their hobbling. Thereby they become a hindrance to all who are in haste. And many of them go forward and look backwards thereby with stiffened necks. Those do I like to run up against. Foot and I shall not lie, nor give the lie to each other, but there is much lying among small people. Some of them will, but most of them are willed. Some of them are genuine, but most of them are bad actors. There are actors without knowing it amongst them, and actors without intending it. The genuine ones are always rare, especially the genuine actors. Of man there is little here, therefore do their women masculinize themselves. For only he who is man enough will save the woman in woman. And this hypocrisy found I worst amongst them, that even those who command feign the virtues of those who serve.
"I serve, thou servest, we serve,"
so chanteth here even the hypocrisy of the rulers. And alas, if the first lord be only the first servant! Ah, even upon their hypocrisy did mine eyes' curiosity alight, and well did I divine all their fly happiness, and their buzzing around sunny window panes. So much kindness, so much weakness do I see, so much justice and pity, so much weakness. Round, fair, and considerate are they to one another, as grains of sand are round, fair, and considerate to grains of sand. Modestly to embrace a small happiness, that do they call submission, and at the same time they peer modestly after a new small happiness. In their hearts they want simply one thing most of all, that no one hurt them. Thus do they anticipate everyone's wishes, and do well unto everyone. That, however, is cowardice, though it be called virtue. And when they chance to speak harshly, those small people, then do I hear therein only their hoarseness. Every draught of air maketh them hoarse. Shrewd indeed are they. Their virtues have shrewd fingers, but they lack fists. Their fingers do not know how to creep behind fists. Virtue for them is what maketh modest and tame. Therewith have they made the wolf a dog, and man himself man's best domestic animal.
We set our chair in the midst,
so saith their smirking unto me,
and as far from dying gladiators as from satisfied swine.
That, however, is mediocrity, though it be called moderation. 3. I pass through this people and let fall many words, but they know neither how to take nor how to retain them. They wonder why I came not to revile venery and vice, and verily I came not to warn against pickpockets either. They wonder why I am not ready to abet and whet their wisdom, as if they had not yet enough of wiseacres whose voices grate on mine ear like slate pencils. And when I call out, "Curse all the cowardly devils in you, that would fain whimper and fold the hands and adore," then do they shout,
"Zarathustra is godless."
And especially do their teachers of submission shout this. But precisely in their ears do I love to cry, "Yea, I am Zarathustra, the godless." Those teachers of submission, wherever there is aught puny or sickly or scabby, there do they creep like lice, and only my disgust preventeth me from cracking them. Well, this is my sermon for their ears. I am Zarathustra the godless, who saith, "Who is more godless than I, that I may enjoy his teaching?" I am Zarathustra the godless. Where do I find mine equal? And all those are mine equals who give unto themselves their will, and divest themselves of all submission. I am Zarathustra the godless. I cook every chance in my pot, and only when it hath been quite cooked do I welcome it as my food. And verily, many a chance came imperiously unto me, but still more imperiously did my will speak unto it. Then did it lie imploringly upon its knees, imploring that it might find home and heart with me, and saying flatteringly, "See, O Zarathustra, how friend only cometh unto friend." But why talk I when no one hath mine ears? And so will I shout it out unto all the winds. Ye ever become smaller, ye small people. Ye crumble away, ye comfortable ones. Ye will yet perish, by your many small virtues, by your many small omissions, and by your many small submissions. Too tender, too yielding, so is your soil. But for a tree to become great, it seeketh to twine hard roots around hard rocks. Also, what ye omit weaveth at the web of all the human future. Even your naught is a cobweb, and a spider that liveth on the blood of the future. And when ye take, then is it like stealing, ye small virtuous ones. But even among knaves honor saith that one shall only steal when one cannot rob. It giveth itself. That is also a doctrine of submission. But I say unto you, ye comfortable ones, that it taketh to itself, and will ever take more and more from you. Ha! That ye would renounce all half-willing, and would decide for idleness as ye decide for action. Ah, that ye understood my word. Do ever what ye will, but first be such as can will. Love ever your neighbor as yourselves, but first be such as love themselves. Such as love with great love, such as love with great contempt. Thus speaketh Zarathustra the godless. But why talk I when no one hath mine ears? it is still an hour too early for me here. Mine own forerunner am I among this people, mine own cock-crow in dark lanes. But their hour cometh, and there cometh also mine. Hourly do they become smaller, poorer, unfruitfuller, poor herbs, poor earth, and soon shall they stand before me like dry grass and prairie, and verily, weary of themselves, and panting for fire more than for water. O blessed hour of the lightning! O mystery before noontide! Running fires will I one day make of them, and heralds with flaming tongues. Herald shall they one day with flaming tongues. It cometh, it is nigh, the great noontide. Thus spake Zarathustra. Notes by Anthony M. Ludovici. This requires scarcely any comment. It is a satire on modern man and his belittling virtues. In verses 23 and 24 of the second part of the discourse, we are reminded of Nietzsche's powerful indictment of the great of today. In the Antichrist, aphorism 43, quote, "At present, nobody has any longer the courage for separate rights of domination, for a feeling of reverence for himself and his equals, for pathos of distance. Our politics are morbid from this want of courage. The aristocracy of character has been undermined most craftily by the lie of the equality of souls. And if the belief in the privilege of the many makes revolutions and will continue to make them, it is Christianity, let us not doubt it. It is Christian valuations which translate every revolution merely into blood and crime." End quote. See also Beyond Good and Evil, pages 120-121. Nietzsche thought it was a bad sign of the times that even rulers have lost the courage of their positions, and that a man of Friedrich the Great's power and distinguished gifts should have been able to say, "Ich bin der erste Diener des Staates," I am the first servant of the state. To this utterance of the great sovereign, verse 24 undoubtedly refers. Cowardice and mediocrity are the names with which he labels modern notions of virtue and moderation. In Part 3, we get the sentiments of the discourse in the Happy Isles, but perhaps in stronger terms. Once again we find Nietzsche thoroughly at ease, if not cheerful, as an atheist, and speaking with vertiginous daring to make chance go on its knees to him. In verse 20, Zarathustra makes yet another attempt at defining his entirely anti-anarchical attitude, and unless such passages have been completely overlooked or deliberately ignored hitherto by those who will persist in laying anarchy at his door, it is impossible to understand how he ever became associated with that foul political party. The last verse introduces the expression, quote, "the great noontide," end quote. In the poem to be found at the end of Beyond Good and Evil, we meet with the expression again, and we shall find it occurring time and again in Nietzsche's works. It will be found fully elucidated in the 5th part of The Twilight of the Idols, but for those who cannot refer to this book, it were well to point out that Nietzsche called the present period, our period, the noon of man's history. Dawn is behind us. The childhood of mankind is over. Now we know. There is no longer any excuse for mistakes which will tend to botch and disfigure the type of man. Quote, "With respect to what is past," he says, "I have, like all discerning ones, great toleration, that is to say, generous self-control. But my feeling changes suddenly, and breaks out as soon as I enter the modern period. Our age knows." End quote. See note on Chapter 70. End of Part 3, Chapter 49, recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Part 3, Chapter 50 of Thus Spake Zarathustra by Friedrich Nietzsche, translated by Thomas Common. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On the Olive Mount. Winter, a bad guest, sitteth with me at home. Blue are my hands with his friendly handshaking. I honor him, that bad guest, but gladly leave him alone. Gladly do I run away from him, and when one runneth well, then one escapeth him. With warm feet and warm thoughts do I run where the wind is calm, to the sunny corner of mine olive mount. There do I laugh at my stern guest, and am still fond of him, because he cleareth my house of flies, and quieteth many little noises. For he suffereth it not if a gnat wanteth to buzz, or even two of them. Also the lanes maketh he lonesome, so that the moonlight is afraid there at night. A hard guest is he, but I honor him, and do not worship, like the tenderlings, the pot-bellied fire-idol. Better even a little teeth-chattering than idle adoration. So willeth my nature. And especially have I a grudge against all ardent, steamy fire-idols. Him whom I love better in winter than in summer. Better do I now mock at mine enemies, and more heartily when winter sitteth in my house. Heartily, verily, even when I creep into bed. There still laugheth and wantoneth my hidden happiness, even my deceptive dream laugheth. I, a creeper? Never in my life did I creep before the powerful, and if ever I lied, then did I lie out of love. Therefore am I glad even in my winter bed. A poor bed warmeth me more than a rich one, for I am jealous of my poverty. And in winter she is most faithful unto me. With a wickedness do I begin every day. I mock at the winter with a cold bath. On that account grumbleth my stern housemate. Also do I like to tickle him with a wax taper, that he may finally let the heavens emerge from ashy grey twilight. For especially wicked am I in the morning, at the early hour when the pail rattleth at the well, and horses neigh warmly in grey lanes. Impatiently do I then wait, that the clear sky may finally dawn for me, the snow-bearded winter sky, the hoary one, the white head. The winter sky, the silent winter sky, which often stifleth even its sun. Did I perhaps learn from it the long, clear silence? Or did it learn it from me? Or hath each of us devised it himself? Of all good things the origin is 1,000-fold. All good, roguish things spring into existence for joy. How could they always do so? For once only. A good, roguish thing is also the long silence, and to look like the winter sky out of a clear, round-eyed countenance. Like it to stifle one's sun and one's inflexible solar will. Verily, this art and this winter roguishness have I learnt well. My best-loved wickedness in art is it, that my silence hath learned not to betray itself by silence. Clattering with diction and dice, I outwit the solemn assistants. All those stern watchers shall my will and purpose elude. That no one might see down into my depth and into mine ultimate will, for that purpose did I devise the long, clear silence. Many a shrewd one did I find. He veiled his countenance and made his water muddy, so that no one might see therethrough and thereunder. But precisely unto him came the shrewder distrusters and nutcrackers. Precisely from him did they fish his best concealed fish. But the clear, the honest, the transparent, these are for me the wisest silent ones. In them so profound is the depth that even the clearest water doth not betray it. Thou snow-bearded, silent winter sky, thou round-eyed white head above me, oh, thou heavenly simile of my soul and its wantonness, and must I not conceal myself like one who hath swallowed gold, lest my soul should be ripped up? Must I not wear stilts, that they may overlook my long legs, all those enviers and injurers around me? Those dingy, fire-warmed, used-up, green-tinted, ill-natured souls, how could their envy endure my happiness? Thus do I show them only the ice and winter of my peaks, and not that my mountain windeth all the solar girdles around it. They hear only the whistling of my winter storms, and know not that I also travel over warm seas like longing, heavy, hot south winds. They commiserate also my accidents and chances, but my word saith, suffer the chance to come unto me. Innocent is it as a little child. How could they endure my happiness if I did not put around it accidents and winter privations and bearskin caps and enmantling snowflakes? If I did not myself commiserate their pity, the pity of those enviers and injurers, if I did not myself sigh before them and chatter with cold, and patiently let myself be swathed in their pity. This is the wise, waggish will and goodwill of my soul, that it concealeth not its winters and glacial storms, it concealeth not its chilblains either. To one man, lonesomeness is the flight of the sick one. To another, it is the flight from the sick ones. Let them hear me chattering and sighing with winter cold, all those poor squinting knaves around me. With such sighing and chattering do I flee from their heated rooms. Let them sympathize with me and sigh with me on account of my chilblains. At the ice of knowledge will he yet freeze to death. So they mourn. Meanwhile, do I run with warm feet hither and thither on mine olive mount. In the sunny corner of mine olive mount do I sing, and mock at all pity. Thus sang Zarathustra. End of Part 3, Chapter 50. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Part 3, Chapter 51 of Thus Spake Zarathustra by Friedrich Nietzsche, translated by Thomas Common. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On Passing By. Thus, slowly wandering through many peoples and diverse cities, did Zarathustra return by roundabout roads to his mountains and his cave. And behold, thereby came he unawares also to the gate of the great city. Here, however, a foaming fool with extended hands sprang forward to him and stood in his way. It was the same fool whom the people called the Ape of Zarathustra, for he had learned from him something of the expression and modulation of language, and perhaps liked also to borrow from the store of his wisdom. And the fool talked thus to Zarathustra. "O Zarathustra, here is the great city. Here hast thou nothing to seek and everything to lose. Why wouldst thou wade through this mire? Have pity upon thy foot. Spit rather on the gate of the city, and turn back. Here is the hell for anchorites' thoughts. Here are great thoughts, seethed alive and boiled small. Here do all great sentiments decay. Here may only rattle-boned sensations rattle. Smellest thou not already the shambles and cookshops of the spirit? Steameth not this city with the fumes of slaughtered spirit? Seest thou not the souls hanging like limp, dirty rags? And they make newspapers also out of these rags. Hearest thou not how spirit hath here become a verbal game? Loathsome verbal swill doth it vomit forth. And they make newspapers also out of this verbal swill. They hound one another, and know not whither. They inflame one another, and know not why. They tinkle with their pinchbeck, they jingle with their gold. They are cold, and seek warmth from distilled waters. They are inflamed, and seek coolness from frozen spirits. They are all sick and sore through public opinion. All lusts and vices are here at home, but here there are also the virtuous. There is much appointable appointed virtue, much appointable virtue with scribe fingers and hardy sitting flesh and waiting flesh, blessed with small breast stars and padded haunchless daughters. There is here also much piety, and much faithful spittle-licking and spittle-backing before the God of hosts. From on high drippeth the star and the gracious spittle, for the high longeth every starless bosom. The moon hath its court, and the court hath its moon-calves. Unto all, however, that cometh from the court do the mendicant people pray, and all appointable mendicant virtues. I serve, thou servest, we serve. So prayeth all appointable virtue to the prince, that the merited star may at last stick on the slender breast. But the moon still revolveth around all that is earthly. So revolveth also the prince around what is earthliest of all. That, however, is the gold of the shopmen. The god of the hosts of war is not the god of the golden bar. The prince proposeth, but the shopman disposeth. By all that is luminous and strong and good in thee, O Zarathustra, spit on this city of shopmen, and return back. Here floweth all blood putridly, and tepidly, and frothily through all veins. Spit on the great city, which is the great slum where all the scum frotheth together. Spit on the city of compressed souls and slender breasts, of pointed eyes and sticky fingers, on the city of the obtrusive, the brazen-faced, the pen-demagogues and tongue-demagogues, the overheated ambitious, where everything, maimed, ill-famed, lustful, untrustful, over-mellow, sickly, yellow, and seditious, festereth pernicious. Spit on the great city and turn back. Here, however, did Zarathustra interrupt the foaming fool and shut his mouth. "Stop this at once," called out Zarathustra. "Long have thy speech and thy species disgusted me. Why didst thou live so long by the swamp, that thou thyself hast to become a frog and a toad? Floweth there not a tainted, frothy swamp blood in thine own veins, when thou hast thus learned to croak and revile? Why wentest thou not into the forest? Or why didst thou not till the ground? Is the sea not full of green islands? I despise thy contempt, and when thou warnest me, why didst thou not warn thyself? Out of love alone shall my contempt and my warning bird take wind, but not out of the swamp. They call thee mine ape, thou foaming fool, but I call thee my grunting pig. By thy grunting thou spoilest even my praise of folly. What was it that first made thee grunt? Because no one sufficiently flattered thee? Therefore didst thou seat thyself beside this filth, that thou mightest have cause for much grunting. That thou mightest have cause for much vengeance. For vengeance, thou vain fool, is all thy foaming. I have divined thee well. But thy fool's word injureth me, even when thou art right. And even if Zarathustra's word were 100 times justified, thou wouldst ever do wrong with my word. Thus spake Zarathustra. Then did he look on the great city, and sighed, and was long silent. At last he spake thus. I loathe also this great city, and not only this fool. Here and there is nothing to better, nothing to worsen. Woe to this great city, and I would that I already saw the pillar of fire in which it will be consumed. For such pillars of fire must precede the great noontide. But this hath its time and its own fate. This precept, however, give I unto thee in parting, thou fool. Where one can no longer love, there should one pass by. Thus spake Zarathustra, and passed by the fool and the great city. Notes by Anthony M. Ludovici. Here we find Nietzsche confronted with his extreme opposite, with him, therefore, for whom he is most frequently mistaken by the unwary. Zarathustra's ape, he is called in the discourse. He is one of those at whose hands Nietzsche had to suffer most during his lifetime, and at whose hands his philosophy has suffered most since his death. In this respect, it may seem a little trivial to speak of extremes meeting, but it is wonderfully apt. Many have adopted Nietzsche's mannerisms and word coinages, who had nothing in common with him beyond the ideas and business they plagiarized. But the superficial observer and a large portion of the public, not knowing of these things, not knowing perhaps that there are iconoclasts who destroy out of love, and are therefore creators, and that there are others who destroy out of resentment and revengefulness, and who are therefore revolutionists and anarchists, are prone to confound the two, to the detriment of the nobler type. If we now read what the fool says to Zarathustra, and note the tricks of speech he has borrowed from him, if we carefully follow the attitude he assumes, we shall understand why Zarathustra finally interrupts him. Quote, "Stop this at once," Zarathustra cries. "Long have thy speech and thy species disgusted me. Out of love alone shall my contempt and my warning bird take wind, but not out of the swamp." End quote. It were well if this discourse were taken to heart by all those who are too ready to associate Nietzsche with lesser and noisier men, with mountebanks and mummers. End of Part 3, Chapter 51. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Part 3, Chapter 52 of Thus Spake Zarathustra by Friedrich Nietzsche, translated by Thomas Common. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Apostates. 1. Ah, lieth everything already withered and grey, which but lately stood green and many-hued on this meadow? And how much honey of hope did I carry hence into my beehives? Those young hearts have already become old, and not old even, only weary, ordinary, comfortable. They declare it, "We have again become pious." Of late did I see them run forth at early morn with valorous steps, but the feet of their knowledge became weary, and now do they malign even their morning valor. Verily, many of them once lifted their legs like the dancer. To them winked the laughter of my wisdom. Then did they bethink themselves. Just now have I seen them bent down to creep to the cross. Around light and liberty did they once flutter like gnats and young poets. A little older, a little colder, and already are they mystifiers and mumblers and mollycoddles. Did perhaps their hearts despond, because lonesomeness had swallowed me like a whale? Did their ear perhaps hearken yearningly long for me in vain, and for my trumpet notes and herald calls? Ah, ever are there but few of those whose hearts have persistent courage and exuberance, and in such remaineth also the spirit patient. The rest, however, are cowardly. The rest, these are always the great majority, the commonplace, the superfluous, the far too many. Those all are cowardly. Him who is of my type will also the experiences of my type meet on the way, so that his first companions must be corpses and buffoons. His second companions, however, they will call themselves his believers, will be a living host with much love, much folly, much unbearded veneration. To those believers shall he who is of my type among men not bind his heart. In those spring times in many-hued meadows shall he not believe who knoweth the fickly faint-hearted human species. Could they do otherwise, then would they also will otherwise. The half and half spoil every whole. That leaves become withered? What is there to lament about that? Let them go and fall away, O Zarathustra, and do not lament. Better even to blow amongst them with rustling winds. Blow amongst those leaves, O Zarathustra, that everything withered may run away from thee the faster. 2.
We have again become pious.
So do those apostates confess, and some of them are still too pusillanimous thus to confess. Unto them I look into the eye. Before them I say it unto their face, and unto the blush on their cheeks, Ye are those who again pray. It is, however, a shame to pray. Not for all, but for thee, and me, and whoever hath his conscience in his head. For thee it is a shame to pray. Thou knowest it well, the faint-hearted devil in thee, which would fain fold its arms and place its hands in its bosom and take it easier. This faint-hearted devil persuadeth thee that there is a God. Thereby, however, dost thou belong to the light-dreading type, to whom light never permitteth repose. Now must thou daily thrust thy head deeper into obscurity and vapour. And verily, thou choosest the hour well, for just now do the nocturnal birds again fly abroad. The hour hath come for all light-dreading people, the vesper hour and leisure hour when they do not take leisure. I hear it and smell it. It hath come. Their hour for hunt and procession, not indeed for a wild hunt, but for a tame, lame, snuffling, soft-treaders, soft-prayers hunt. For a hunt after susceptible simpletons. All mouse-traps for the heart have again been set, and whenever I lift a curtain, a night-moth rusheth out of it. Did it perhaps squat there along with another night-moth? For everywhere do I smell small, concealed communities, and wherever there are closets, there are new devotees therein, and the atmosphere of devotees. They sit for long evenings beside one another and say,
"Let us again become like little children and say, 'Good God!'"
ruined in mouths and stomachs by the pious confectioners. Or they look for long evenings at a crafty, lurking cross-spider, that preacheth prudence to the spiders themselves, and teacheth that under crosses it is good for cobweb spinning. Or they sit all day at swamps with angle rods, and on that account think themselves profound. But whoever fisheth where there are no fish, I do not even call him superficial. Or they learn in godly gay style to play the harp with a hymn poet, who would fain harp himself into the heart of young girls, for he hath tired of old girls and their praises. Or they learn to shudder with a learned semi-madcap, who waiteth in darkened rooms for spirits to come to him, and the spirit runneth away entirely. Or they listen to an old roving howl and growl piper, who hath learnt from the sad winds the sadness of sounds. Now pipeth he as the wind, and preacheth sadness in sad strains. And some of them have even become night watchmen. They know now how to blow horns and go about at night, and awaken old things which have long fallen asleep. 5 words about old things did I hear yesternight at the garden wall. They came from such old, sorrowful, arid night watchmen. "For father, he careth not sufficiently for his children. Human fathers do this better."
"He is too old. He now careth no more for his children,"
answered the other night watchman. "Hath he then children? No one can prove it unless he himself prove it. I have long wished that he would for once prove it thoroughly."
"Prove? As if he had ever proved anything. Proving is difficult to him. He layeth great stress on one's believing him."
Aye, belief saveth him, belief in him. That is the way with old people. So it is with us also." Thus spake to each other the 2 old night watchmen and light scarers, and tooted thereupon sorrowfully on their horns. So did it happen yesternight at the garden wall. To me, however, did the heart writhe with laughter, and was like to break. It knew not where to go, and sunk into the midriff. Verily, it will be my death yet, to choke with laughter when I see asses drunken, and hear night watchmen thus doubt about God. Hath the time not long since passed for all such doubts? Who may nowadays awaken such old slumbering, light-shunning things? With the old deities hath it long since come to an end. And verily, a good, joyful deity end had they. They did not begloom themselves to death, that do people fabricate. On the contrary, they laughed themselves to death once on a time. That took place when the ungodliest utterance came from a god himself. The utterance,
"There is but one God. Thou shalt have no other gods before me."
an old grim beard of a god, a jealous one, forgot himself in such wise. And all the gods then laughed and shook upon their thrones and exclaimed,
"Is it not just, divinity, that there are gods, but no God?"
He that hath an ear, let him hear. Thus talked Zarathustra in the city he loved, which is surnamed the Pied Cow. For from here he had but 2 days to travel to reach once more his cave and his animals. His soul, however, rejoiced unceasingly on account of the nighness of his return home. Notes by Anthony M. Ludovici. It is clear that this applies to all those breathless and hasty tasters of everything, who plunge too rashly into the sea of independent thought and heresy, and who, having miscalculated their strength, find it impossible to keep their head above water. Quote, "A little older, a little colder," end quote, says Nietzsche. They soon clamber back to the conventions of the age they intended reforming. The French then say, "Le diable se fait ermite." But these men, as a rule, have never been devils, neither do they become angels. For, in order to be really good or evil, some strength and deep breathing is required. Those who are more interested in supporting orthodoxy than in being over-nice concerning the kind of support they give it, often refer to these people as evidence in favor of the true faith. End of Part 3, Chapter 52. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Part 3, Chapter 53 of Thus Spake Zarathustra by Friedrich Nietzsche, translated by Thomas Common. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Return Home. O lonesomeness, my home, lonesomeness. Too long have I lived wildly in wild remoteness to return to thee without tears. Now threaten me with the finger as mothers threaten. Now smile upon me as mothers smile. Now say just, who was it that like a whirlwind once rushed away from me? Who, when departing, called out, "Too long have I sat with lonesomeness, there have I unlearned silence"? That hast thou learned now, surely. O Zarathustra, everything do I know, and that thou wert more forsaken amongst the many, thou unique one, than thou ever wert with me. One thing is forsakenness, another matter is lonesomeness. That hast thou now learned, and that amongst men thou wilt ever be wild and strange. Wild and strange, even when they love thee. For above all, they want to be treated indulgently. Here, however, art thou at home and house with thyself. Here canst thou utter everything, and unbosom all motives. Nothing is here ashamed of concealed, congealed feelings. Here do all things come caressingly to thy talk and flatter thee, for they want to ride upon thy back. On every simile dost thou here ride to every truth. Uprightly and openly mayest thou here talk to all things, and verily, it soundeth as praise in their ears, for one to talk to all things directly. Another matter, however, is forsakenness. For, dost thou remember, O Zarathustra, when thy bird screamed overhead, when thou stoodest in the forest, irresolute, ignorant where to go, beside a corpse? When thou spakest, "Let mine animals lead me. More dangerous have I found it among men than among animals." That was forsakenness. And dost thou remember, O Zarathustra, when thou sattest in thine isle, a well of wine giving and granting amongst empty buckets, bestowing and distributing amongst the thirsty, until at last thou alone sattest thirsty amongst the drunken ones, and wailest nightly, "Is taking not more blessed than giving, and stealing yet more blessed than taking?" That was forsakenness. And dost thou remember, O Zarathustra, when thy stillest hour came and drove thee forth from thyself, when with wicked whispering it said, "Speak and succumb"? When it disgusted thee with all thy waiting and silence, and discouraged thy humble courage, that was forsakenness. Oh, lonesomeness, my home, lonesomeness, how blessedly and tenderly speaketh thy voice unto me! We do not question each other. We do not complain to each other. We go together openly through open doors, for all is open with thee and clear, and even the hours run here on lighter feet. For in the dark, time weigheth heavier upon one than in the light. Here fly open unto me all being's words and word cabinets. Here all being wanteth to become words. Here all becoming wanteth to learn of me how to talk. Down there, however, all talking is in vain. There, forgetting and passing by, are the best wisdom. That have I learned now. He who would understand everything in man must handle everything. But for that I have 2 clean hands. I do not like even to inhale their breath. Alas, that I have lived so long among their noise and bad breaths. Oh, blessed stillness around me! Oh, pure odors around me! How from a deep breast this stillness fetcheth pure breath! How it hearkeneth, this blessed stillness! But down there speaketh everything. There is everything misheard. If one announce one's wisdom with bells, the shopmen in the marketplace will out-jingle it with pennies. Everything among them talketh. No one knoweth any longer how to understand. Everything falleth into the water. Nothing falleth any longer into deep wells. Everything among them talketh. Nothing succeedeth any longer and accomplisheth itself. Everything cackleth. But who will still sit quietly on the nest and hatch eggs? Everything among them talketh. Everything is out-talked. And that which yesterday was still too hard for time itself, and its tooth, hangeth today, out-champed and out-chewed, from the mouths of the men of today. Everything among them talketh. Everything is betrayed. And what was once called the secret and secrecy of profound souls belongeth today to the street trumpeters and other butterflies. O human hubbub, thou wonderful thing! Thou noise in dark streets! Now art thou again behind me. My greatest danger lieth behind me. In indulging and pitying lay ever my greatest danger, and all human hubbub wisheth to be indulged and tolerated. With suppressed truths, with fool's hand and befooled heart, and rich in petty lies of pity, thus have I ever lived among men. Disguised did I sit amongst them, ready to misjudge myself, that I might endure them, and willingly saying to myself, "Thou fool, thou dost not know men." One unlearneth men when one liveth amongst them. There is too much foreground in all men. What can far-seeing, far-longing eyes do there? And fool that I was, when they misjudged me. I indulged them on that account more than myself, being habitually hard on myself, and often even taking revenge on myself for the indulgence. Stung all over by poisonous flies, and hollowed like the stone by many drops of wickedness, thus did I sit among them, and still said to myself, "Innocent is everything petty of its pettiness." Especially did I find those who call themselves the good, the most poisonous flies. They sting in all innocence. They lie in all innocence. How could they be just toward me? He who liveth amongst the good, pity teacheth him to lie. Pity maketh stifling air for all free souls, for the stupidity of the good is unfathomable. To conceal myself and my riches, that did I learn down there. For every one did I still find poor in spirit. It was the lie of my pity that I knew in every one, that I saw and scented in every one. What was enough of spirit for him, and what was too much? They're stiff, wise men. I call them wise, not stiff. Thus did I learn to slur over words. The grave-diggers dig for themselves diseases. Under old rubbish rest bad vapors. One should not stir up the marsh. One should live on mountains. With blessed nostrils do I again breathe mountain freedom. Freed at last is my nose from the smell of all human hubbub. With sharp breezes, tickled as with sparkling wine, sneezeth my soul. Sneezeth and shouteth self-congratulatingly, "Health to thee!" Thus spake Zarathustra. Notes by Anthony M. Ludovici. This is an example of a class of writing which may be passed over too lightly by those whom poet-tasters have made distrustful of poetry. From first to last, it is extremely valuable as an autobiographical note. The inevitable superficiality of the rabble is contrasted with the peaceful and profound depths of the anchorite. Here we first get a direct hint concerning Nietzsche's fundamental passion, the main force behind all his new values and scathing criticisms of existing values. In verse 30, we are told that pity was his greatest danger. The broad altruism of the lawgiver, thinking over vast eras of time, was continually being pitted by Nietzsche in himself against that transient and meaner sympathy for the neighbor, which he, more perhaps than any of his contemporaries, had suffered from, but which he was certain involved enormous dangers not only for himself, but also to the next and subsequent generations. See note B, where pity is mentioned among the degenerate virtues. Later in the book, we shall see how his profound compassion leads him into temptation, and how frantically he struggles against it. In verses 31 and 32, he tells us to what extent he had to modify himself in order to be endured by his fellows whom he loved. See also verse 12 in Manly Prudence. Nietzsche's great love for his fellows, which he confesses in the prologue, and which is at the root of all his teaching, seems rather to elude the discerning powers of the average philanthropist and modern man. He cannot see the wood for the trees. A philanthropy that sacrifices the minority of the present day for the majority constituting posterity completely evades his mental grasp and Nietzsche's philosophy because it declares Christian values to be a danger to the future of our kind, is therefore shelved as brutal, cold, and hard. See note on chapter 36. Nietzsche tries to be all things to all men. He was sufficiently fond of his fellows for that. In The Return Home, he describes how he ultimately returns to loneliness in order to recover from the effects of his experiment. End of Part 3, Chapter 53. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Part 3, Chapter 54 of Thus Spake Zarathustra by Friedrich Nietzsche, translated by Thomas Common. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Three Evil Things. 1. In my dream, in my last morning dream, I stood today on a promontory. Beyond the world, I held a pair of scales and weighed the world. Alas, that the rosy dawn came too early to me. She glowed me awake, the jealous one. Jealous is she always of the glows of my morning dream. Measurable by him who hath time, weighable by a good weigher, attainable by strong pinions, divinable by divine nutcrackers, thus did my dream find the world. My dream, a bold sailor, half ship, half hurricane, silent as the butterfly, impatient as the falcon, how had it the patience and leisure today for world-weighing? Did my wisdom perhaps speak secretly to it, my laughing, wide-awake day-wisdom, which mocketh at all infinite worlds? For it saith, where force is, there becometh number the master, it hath more force. How confidently did my dream contemplate this finite world, not new-fangledly, not old-fangledly, not timidly, not entreatingly, as if a big round apple presented itself to my hand, a ripe golden apple with a coolly soft velvety skin. Thus did the world present itself unto me, as if a tree nodded unto me, a broad-branched, strong-willed tree, curved as a recline in a footstool for weary travelers. Thus did the world stand on my promontory, as if delicate hands carried a casket toward me, a casket open for the delectation of modest, adoring eyes. Thus did the world present itself before me today. Not riddle enough to scare human love from it, not solution enough to put to sleep human wisdom. A humanly good thing was the world to me today, of which such bad things are said. How I thank my morning dream, that I thus at today's dawn weighed the world. As a humanly good thing did it come unto me, this dream and heart-comforter, and that I may do the like by day, and imitate and copy its best, now will I put the three worst things on the scales, and weigh them humanly well. He who taught to bless taught also to curse. Where are the three best cursed things in the world? These will I put on the scales. Voluptuousness, passion for power, and selfishness. These three things have hitherto been best cursed, and have been in worst and falsest repute. These three things will I weigh humanly well. Well, here is my promontory, and there is the sea. It rolleth hither unto me, shaggily and fawnily, the old faithful 100-headed dog monster that I love. Well, here will I hold the scales over the weltering sea, and also a witness do I choose to look on, thee, the anchorite tree, thee, the strong-odored, broad-arched tree that I love. On what bridge goeth the now to the hereafter? By what constraint doth the high stoop to the low? And what enjoineth even the highest still to grow upwards? Now stand the scales poised and at rest. 3 heavy questions have I thrown in. 3 heavy answers carrieth the other scale. 2. Voluptuousness. Unto all hair-shirted despisers of the body, a sting and stake, and cursed as the world by all backworldsmen, for it mocketh and befooleth all erring, misinferring teachers. Voluptuousness. To the rabble, the slow fire at which it is burnt, to all wormy wood, to all stinking rags, the prepared heat and stew furnace. Voluptuousness. To free hearts, a thing innocent and free, the garden happiness of the earth. All the future's thanks overflow to the present. Voluptuousness. Only to the withered a sweet poison. To the lion-willed, however, the great cordial, and the reverently saved wine of wines. Voluptuousness. The great symbolic happiness of a higher happiness and highest hope. For to many is marriage promised, and more than marriage. To many that are more unknown to each other than man and woman, and who hath fully understood how unknown to each other are man and woman. Voluptuousness. But I will have hedges around my thoughts, and even around my words, lest swine and libertine should break into my gardens. Passion for power. The glowing scourge of the hardest of the heart-hard, the cruel torture reserved for the cruelest themselves, the gloomy flame of living pyres. Passion for power. The wicked gadfly which is mounted on the vainest peoples, the scorner of all uncertain virtue which rideth on every horse and on every pride. Passion for power. The earthquake which breaketh and upbreaketh all that is rotten and hollow, the rolling, rumbling, punitive demolisher of white sepulchres, the flashing interrogative sign beside premature answers. Passion for power, before whose glance man creepeth and croucheth and drudgeth, and becometh lower than the serpent and the swine, until at last great contempt crieth out of him. Passion for power. The terrible teacher of great contempt, which preacheth to their face to cities and empires, away with thee, until a voice crieth out of themselves, away with me. Passion for power, which, however, mounteth alluringly even to the pure and lonesome, and up to self-satisfied elevations glowing like a love that painteth purple felicities alluringly on earthly heavens. Passion for power. But who would call it passion, when the height longeth to stoop for power? Verily, nothing sick or diseased is there in such longing and descending. that the lonesome height may not forever remain lonesome and self-sufficing, that the mountains may come to the valleys and the winds of the heights to the plains. Oh, who could find the right praenomen and honoring name for such longing? Bestowing virtue, thus did Zarathustra once name the unnameable. And then it happened also, and verily it happened for the first time, that his word blessed selfishness, the wholesome, healthy selfishness that springeth from the powerful soul, to which the high body appertaineth, the handsome, triumphing, refreshing body around which everything becometh a mirror, the pliant, persuasive body, the dancer whose symbol and epitome is the self-enjoying soul. Of such bodies and souls the self-enjoyment calleth itself virtue. With its words of good and bad doth such self-enjoyment shelter itself, as with sacred groves. With the names of its happiness doth it banish from itself everything contemptible. Away from itself doth it banish everything cowardly. It saith, "Bad, that is cowardly." Contemptible seem it to the ever-solicitous, the sighing, the complaining, and whoever pick up the most trifling advantage. It despiseth also all bitter-sweet wisdom. For verily, there is also wisdom that bloometh in the dark, a nightshade wisdom, which ever sigheth, "All is vain." Shy distrust is regarded by it as base, and every one who wanteth oaths instead of looks and hands, also all over distrustful wisdom, for such is the mode of cowardly souls. Baser still it regardeth the obsequious, doggish one, who immediately lieth on his back, the submissive one. And there is also wisdom that is submissive and doggish, and pious and obsequious. Hateful to it altogether, and a loathing is he who will never defend himself, he who swalloweth down poisonous spittle and bad looks, the all-too-patient one, the all-endurer, the all-satisfied one, for that is the mode of slaves. Whether they be servile before gods and divine spurnings, or before men and stupid human opinions, at all kinds of slaves doth it spit this blessed selfishness. Bad. Thus doth it call all that is spirit-broken and sordidly servile, constrained, blinking eyes, depressed hearts, and the false submissive style which kisseth the broad cowardly lips. And spurious wisdom, so doth it call all the wit that slaves and hoary-headed and weary ones affect, and especially all the cunning, spurious-witted, curious-witted foolishness of priests. The spurious wise, however, all the priests, the world-weary, and those whose souls are of feminine and servile nature, oh, how hath their game all along abused selfishness! And precisely that was to be virtue and was to be called virtue, to abuse selfishness. And selfless, so did they wish themselves with good reason, all those world-weary cowards and cross-spiters. But to all those cometh now the day, the change, the sword of judgment, the great noontide. Then shall many things be revealed. And he who proclaimeth the ego wholesome and holy, and selfishness blessed, verily he, the prognosticator, speaketh also what he knoweth. Behold, it cometh, it is nigh, the great noontide. Thus Spake Zarathustra. Notes by Anthony M. Ludovici. Nietzsche is here completely in his element. Three things hitherto best cursed and most calumniated on earth are brought forward to be weighed: voluptuousness, thirst of power, and selfishness, the three forces in humanity which Christianity has done most to garble and besmirch. Nietzsche endeavors to reinstate in their former places of honor. Voluptuousness, or sensual pleasure, is a dangerous thing to discuss nowadays. If we mention it with favor, we may be regarded, however unjustly, as the advocate of savages, satyrs, and pure sensuality. If we condemn it, we either go over to the Puritans, or we join those who are wont to come to the table with no edge to their appetites, and who therefore grumble at all good fare. There can be no doubt that the value of healthy, innocent voluptuousness, like the value of health itself, must have been greatly discounted by all those who, resenting their inability to partake of this world's goods, cried like St. Paul, quote, "I would that all men were even as I myself." End quote. Now, Nietzsche's philosophy might be called an attempt at giving back to healthy and normal men innocence and a clean conscience in their desires, not to applaud the vulgar sensualists who respond to every stimulus and whose passions are out of hand, not to tell the mean, selfish individual whose selfishness is a pollution, see aphorism 33 in Twilight of the Idols, that he is right, nor to assure the weak, the sick, and the crippled that the thirst of power which they gratify by exploiting the happier and healthier individuals is justified, but to save the clean, healthy man from the values of those around him, who look at everything through the mud that is their own bodies, to give him, and him alone, a clean conscience in his manhood, and the desires of his manhood. Quote, "Do I counsel you to slay your instincts? I counsel to innocence in your instincts." End quote. In verse 7 of the second paragraph, as in verse 1 of paragraph 19 in the Old and New Tables, Nietzsche gives us a reason for his occasional obscurity. See also verses 3 to 7 of Poets. As I have already pointed out, his philosophy is quite esoteric. It can serve no purpose with the ordinary, mediocre type of man. I, personally, can no longer have any doubt that Nietzsche's only object in that part of his philosophy where he bids his friends stand beyond good and evil with him was to save higher men, whose growth and scope might be limited by the too strict observance of modern values, from foundering on the rocks of a compromise between their own genius and traditional conventions. The only possible way in which the great man can achieve greatness is by means of exceptional freedom, the freedom which assists him in experiencing himself. Verses 20 to 30 afford an excellent supplement to Nietzsche's description of the attitude of the noble type toward the slaves in aphorism 260 of the work Beyond Good and Evil. See also Note B. End of Part 3, Chapter 54, recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Part 3, Chapter 55 of Thus Spake Zarathustra by Friedrich Nietzsche, translated by Thomas Common. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Spirit of Gravity. 1. My mouthpiece is of the people. Too coarsely and cordially do I talk for Angora rabbits. And still stranger soundeth my word unto all inkfish and pen foxes. My hand is a fool's hand. Woe unto all tables and walls, and whatever hath room for fools sketching, fools scrawling. My foot is a horsefoot. Therewith do I trample and trot over stick and stone, in the fields up and down, and am bedevilled with delight in all fast racing. My stomach is surely an eagle's stomach, for it preferreth lamb's flesh. Certainly it is a bird's stomach, nourished with innocent things and with few, ready and impatient to fly away. That is now my nature. Why should there not be something of bird nature therein? And especially that I am hostile to the spirit of gravity. That is bird nature. Verily, deadly hostile, supremely hostile, originally hostile. Oh, whither hath my hostility not flown and misflown? Thereof could I sing a song, and will sing it, though I be alone in an empty house, and must sing it to mine own ears. Other singers are there, to be sure, to whom only the full house maketh the voice soft, the hand eloquent, the eye expressive, the heart wakeful. Those do I not resemble. 2. He who one day teacheth men to fly will have shifted all landmarks. To him will all landmarks themselves fly into the air. The earth will he christen anew as the light body. The ostrich runneth faster than the fastest horse, but it also thrusteth its head heavily into the heavy earth. Thus is it with the man who cannot yet fly. Heavily unto him are earth and life, and so willeth the spirit of gravity. But he who would become light and be a bird must love himself. Thus do I teach. Not, to be sure, with the love of the sick and infected, for with them stinketh even self-love. One must learn to love oneself. Thus do I teach, with a wholesome and healthy love, that one may endure to be with oneself, and not go roving about. Such roving about christeneth itself brotherly love. With these words hath there hitherto been the best lying and dissembling, and especially by those who have been burdensome to every one. And verily, it is no commandment for today and tomorrow to learn to love oneself. Rather is it of all arts the finest, subtlest, last, and patientest. For to its possessor is all possession well concealed, and of all treasure pits one's own is last excavated. So causeth the spirit of gravity. Almost in the cradle are we apportioned with heavy words and worths, good and evil. So calleth itself this dowry. For the sake of it we are forgiven for living. And therefore suffereth one little children to come unto one, to forbid them betimes to love themselves. So causeth the spirit of gravity. And we bear loyally what is apportioned unto us on hard shoulders over rugged mountains. And when we sweat, then do people say unto us, Yea, life is hard to bear. But man himself only is hard to bear. The reason thereof is that he carrieth too many extraneous things on his shoulders. Like the camel kneeleth he down, and letteth himself be well laden. Especially the strong, load-bearing man in whom reverence resideth. Too many extraneous, heavy words and worths loadeth he upon himself. Then seemeth life to him a desert. And verily, many a thing also that is our own is hard to bear. And many internal things in man are like the oyster, repulsive and slippery, and hard to grasp. So that an elegant shell with elegant adornment must plead for them. But this art also must one learn, to have a shell, and a fine appearance, and sagacious blindness. Again, it deceiveth about many things in man, that many a shell is poor and pitiable, and too much of a shell. Much concealed goodness and power is never dreamt of. The choicest dainties find no tasters. Women know that, the choicest of them, a little fatter, a little leaner. Oh, how much fate is in so little! Man is difficult to discover, and unto himself most difficult of all. Often lieth the spirit concerning the soul. So causeth the spirit of gravity. He, however, hath discovered himself who saith, This is my good and evil. Therewith hath he silenced the mole and the dwarf, who say, Good for all, evil for all. Verily, neither do I like those who call everything good, and this world the best of all. Those do I call the all-satisfied. All-satisfiedness, which knoweth how to taste everything, that is not the best taste. I honor the refractory, fastidious tongues and stomachs which have learned to say aye, and yea, and nay. To chew and digest everything, however, that is the genuine swine nature. Ever to say, yea, that hath only the ass learnt, and those like it. Deep, yellow, and hot red, so wanteth my taste. It mixeth blood with all colours. He, however, who whitewasheth his house, betrayeth unto me a whitewashed soul. With mummies some fall in love, others with phantoms, both alike hostile to all flesh and blood. Oh, how repugnant are both to my taste, for I love blood. And there will I not reside and abide where every one spitteth and speweth. That is now my taste. Rather would I live amongst thieves and perjurers. Nobody carrieth gold in his mouth. Still more repugnant unto me, however, are all the lick-spittles, and the most repugnant animal of man that I found did I christen Parasite. It would not love, and would yet live by love. Unhappy do I call all those who have only one choice, either to become evil beasts or evil beast tamers. Amongst such would I not build my tabernacle. Unhappy do I also call those who have ever to wait. They are repugnant to my taste, all the toll-gatherers and traders and kings and other land-keepers and shopkeepers. Verily, I learned waiting also, and thoroughly so, but only waiting for myself. And above all did I learn standing and walking and running and leaping and climbing and dancing. This, however, is my teaching. He who wisheth one day to fly must first learn standing and walking and running and climbing and dancing. One doth not fly into flying. With rope ladders learned I to reach many a window. With nimble legs did I climb high masts. To sit on high masts of perception seemed to me no small bliss. To flicker like small flames on high masts, a small light certainly, but a great comfort to cast-away sailors and shipwrecked ones. By divers ways and wendings did I arrive at my truth. Not by one ladder did I mount to the height where mine eye roveth into my remoteness. And unwillingly only did I ask my way. That was always counter to my taste. Rather did I question and test the ways themselves. A testing and a questioning hath been all my travelling, and verily, one must also learn to answer such questioning. That, however, is my taste. Neither a good nor a bad taste, but my taste, of which I have no longer either shame or secrecy. this is now my way. Where is yours? Thus did I answer those who asked me the way. For the way, it doth not exist. Thus spake Zarathustra. Notes by Anthony M. Ludovici. See note on chapter 46. In part 2 of this discourse, we meet with a doctrine not touched upon hitherto, save indirectly. I refer to the doctrine of self-love. We should try to understand this perfectly before proceeding, for it is precisely views of this sort which, after having been cut out of the original context, are repeated far and wide as internal evidence proving the general unsoundness of Nietzsche's philosophy. Already in the last of the Thoughts Out of Season, Nietzsche speaks as follows about modern men, quote, "These modern creatures wish rather to be hunted down, wounded and torn to shreds, than to live alone with themselves in solitary calm. Alone with oneself? This thought terrifies the modern soul. It is his one anxiety, his one ghastly fear." End quote. English edition, page 141. In his feverish scurry to find entertainment and diversion, whether in a novel, a newspaper, or a play, the modern man condemns his own age utterly, for he shows that in his heart of hearts he despises himself. One cannot change a condition of this sort in a day. To become endurable to oneself, an inner transformation is necessary. Too long have we lost ourselves in our friends and entertainments to be able to find ourselves so soon at another's bidding. Quote, "And verily, it is no commandment for today and tomorrow to learn to love oneself. Rather, is it of all arts the finest, subtlest, last, and patientest." End quote. In the last verse, Nietzsche challenges us to show that our way is the right way. In his teaching, he does not coerce us, nor does he over-persuade. He simply says, quote, "I am a law only for mine own. I am not a law for all. This is now my way. Where is yours?" End quote. End of Part 3, Chapter 55. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Part 3, first section of Chapter 56 of Thus Spake Zarathustra by Friedrich Nietzsche, translated by Thomas Common. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Old and New Tables. 1. Here do I sit and wait. Old broken tables around me, and also new half-written tables. When cometh mine hour? The hour of my descent, of my down-going, for once more will I go unto men. For that hour do I now wait. For first must the signs come unto me that it is mine hour, namely the laughing lion with the flock of doves. Meanwhile do I talk to myself as one who hath time. No one telleth me anything new, so I tell myself mine own story. 2. When I came unto men, then found I them resting on an old infatuation. All of them thought they had long known what was good and bad for men. An old wearisome business seemed to them all discourse about virtue, and he who wished to sleep well spake of good and bad ere retiring to rest. This somnolence did I disturb when I taught that no one yet knoweth what is good and bad, unless it be the creating one. It is he, however, who createth man's goal, and giveth to the earth its meaning and its future. He only affecteth it that aught is good or bad. And I bade them upset their old academic chairs, and wherever that old infatuation had sat, I bade them laugh at their great moralists, their saints, their poets, and their saviors. At their gloomy sages did I bid them laugh, and whoever had sat admonishing as a black scarecrow on the tree of life. On their great grave highway did I seat myself, and even beside the carrion and vultures, and I laughed at all their bygone and its mellow decaying glory. Verily, like penitential preachers and fools did I cry wrath and shame on all their greatness and smallness. Oh, that their best is so very small! Oh, that their worst is so very small! Thus did I laugh. Thus did my wise longing, born in the mountains, cry and laugh in me. A wild wisdom, verily, my great pinion-rustling longing. And oft did it carry me off and up and away, and in the midst of laughter. Then flew I quivering like an arrow with sun-intoxicated rapture, out into distant futures, which no dream hath yet seen, into warmer souths than ever sculptor conceived, where gods in their dancing are ashamed of all clothes, that I may speak in parables and halt and stammer like the poets. And verily I am ashamed that I have still to be a poet, where all becoming seemed to me dancing of gods, and wantoning of gods, and the world unloosed and unbridled and fleeing back to itself, as an eternal self fleeing, and reseeking of one another of many gods, as the blessed self-contradicting, recommuning, and refraternizing with one another of many gods, where all time seemed to me a blessed mockery of moments, where necessity was freedom itself, which played happily with the goad of freedom, where I also found again mine old devil and arch-enemy, the spirit of gravity, and all that it created, constraint, law, necessity, and consequence, and purpose, and will, and good, and evil. For must there not be that which is danced over, danced beyond? Must there not, for the sake of the nimble, the nimblest, be moles and clumsy dwarfs? 3. There was it also where I picked up from the path the word Superman, and that man is something that must be surpassed. That man is a bridge and not a goal, rejoicing over his noontides and evenings as advances to new rosy dawns. The Zarathustra word of the great noontide, and whatever else I have hung up over men like purple evening afterglows. Verily, also new stars did I make them see, along with new nights, and over cloud and day and night did I spread out laughter like a gay-colored canopy. I taught them all my poetization and aspiration, to compose and collect into unity what is fragment in man, and riddle and fearful chance. As composer, riddle reader, and redeemer of chance, did I teach them to create the future, and all that hath been, to redeem by creating. The past of man to redeem, and every it was to transform, until the will saith, but so did I will it, so shall I will it. This did I call redemption. This alone taught I them to call redemption. Now do I await my redemption, that I may go unto them for the last time. For once more I will go unto men. Amongst them will my sun set. In dying will I give them my choicest gift. From the sun did I learn this, when it goeth down, the exuberant one. Gold doth it then pour into the sea, out of inexhaustible riches. so that the poorest fisherman roweth even with golden oars. For this did I once see, and did not tire of weeping in beholding it. Like the sun will also Zarathustra go down. Now sitteth he here and waiteth, old broken tables around him, and also new tables half written. 4. Behold, here is a new table, but where are my brethren who will carry it with me to the valley and into the hearts of flesh? Thus demandeth my great love to the remotest ones, be not considerate of thy neighbor. Man is something that must be surpassed. There are many diverse ways and modes of surpassing. See thou thereto. But only a buffoon thinketh, man can also be overleapt. Surpass thyself even in thy neighbor, and the right which thou canst seize upon shalt thou not allow to be given thee. What thou doest can no one do to thee again. Lo, there is no requital. He who cannot command himself shall obey. And many a one can command himself, but still sorely lacketh self-obedience. 5. Thus wisheth the type of noble souls. They desire to have nothing gratuitously, least of all life. He who is of the populace wisheth to live gratuitously. We others, however, to whom life hath given itself, we are ever considering what we can best give in return. And verily, it is a noble dictum which saith, what life promiseth us, that promise we will keep to life. One should not wish to enjoy where one doth not contribute to the enjoyment, and one should not wish to enjoy. For enjoyment and innocence are the most bashful things. Neither like to be sought for. One should have them, but one should rather seek for guilt and pain. 6. O my brethren, he who is a firstling is ever sacrificed. Now, however, are we firstlings? We all bleed on secret sacrificial altars. We all burn and broil in honor of ancient idols. Our best is still young. This exciteth old palates. Our flesh is tender. Our skin is only lamb's skin. How could we not excite old idol priests? In ourselves dwelleth he still, the old idol priest, who broileth our best for his banquet. Ah, my brethren, how could firstlings fail to be sacrifices? But so wisheth our type, and I love those who do not wish to preserve themselves. The down-going ones do I love with mine entire love, for they go beyond. 7. To be true. That can few be, and he who can will not. Least of all, however, can the good be true. Oh, those good ones. Good men never speak the truth, for the spirit thus to be good is a malady. They yield, those good ones. They submit themselves. Their heart repeateth, their soul obeyeth. He, however, who obeyeth, doth not listen to himself. All that is called evil by the good must come together in order that one truth may be born. O my brethren, are ye also evil enough for this truth? The daring venture, the prolonged distrust, the cruel nay, the tedium, the cutting into the quick, how seldom do these come together? Out of such seed, however, is truth produced. Beside the bad conscience hath hitherto grown up all knowledge. Break up, ye discerning ones, the old tables. 8. When the water hath planks, when gangways and railings o'erspan the stream, verily, he is not believed who then saith, all is in flux. But even the simpletons contradict him. What? Say the simpletons.
All in flux. Planks and railings are still over the stream. Over the stream, all is stable. All the values of things, the bridges and bearings, all good and evil, these are all stable.
Cometh, however, the hard winter, the stream tamer. Then learn even the wittiest distrust, and verily not only the simpletons then say,
should not everything stand still?
Fundamentally standeth everything still. That is an appropriate winter doctrine. Good cheer for an unproductive period. A great comfort for winter sleepers and fireside loungers. Fundamentally standeth everything still. But contrary thereto preacheth the thawing wind. The thawing wind, a bullock, which is no ploughing bullock, a furious bullock, a destroyer, which with angry horns breaketh the ice. The ice, however, breaketh gangways. O my brethren, is not everything at present in flux? Have not all railings and gangways fallen into the water? Who would still hold on to good and evil? Woe to us! Hail to us! The thawing wind bloweth! Thus preach, my brethren, through all the streets. 9. There is an old illusion. It is called good and evil. Around soothsayers and astrologers hath hitherto revolved the orbit of this illusion. Once did one believe in soothsayers and astrologers, and therefore did one believe,
everything is fate, thou shalt for thou must.
Then again did one distrust all soothsayers and astrologers, and therefore did one believe, everything is freedom, thou canst, for thou willest. O my brethren, concerning the stars and the future there hath hitherto been only illusion, and not knowledge. And therefore, concerning good and evil there hath hitherto been only illusion, and not knowledge. 10.
Thou shalt not rob, thou shalt not slay.
Such precepts were once called holy. Before them did one bow the knee and the head and take off one's shoes. But I ask you, where have there ever been better robbers and slayers in the world than such holy precepts? Is there not even in all life robbing and slaying? And for such precepts to be called holy, was not truth itself thereby slain? Or was it a sermon of death that called holy what contradicted and dissuaded from life? Oh, my brethren, break up for me the old tables. 11. It is my sympathy with all the past that I see it is abandoned. Abandoned to the favor, the spirit, and the madness of every generation that cometh, and reinterpreteth all that hath been as its bridge. A great potentate might arise, an artful prodigy, who with approval and disapproval could strain and constrain all the past, until it became for him a bridge, a harbinger, a herald, and a cock crowing. This, however, is the other danger, and mine other sympathy. He who is of the populace, his thoughts go back to his grandfather. With his grandfather, however, doth time cease. Thus is all the past abandoned, for it might some day happen for the populace to become master, and drown all time in shallow waters. Therefore, O my brethren, a new nobility is needed, which shall be the adversary of all populace and potentate rule, and shall inscribe anew the word noble on new tables. For many noble ones are needed, and many kinds of noble ones, for a new nobility. Or, as I once said in parable, that is just divinity, that there are gods but no God. 12. O my brethren, I consecrate you and point you to a new nobility. Ye shall become procreators and cultivators and sowers of the future. Verily, not to a nobility which ye could purchase like traders with traders' gold, for little worth is all that hath its price. Let it not be your honor henceforth whence ye come, but whither ye go. Your will and your feet which seek to surpass you, let these be your new honor. Verily, not that ye have served a prince, of what account are princes now? Nor that ye have become a bulwark to that which standeth, that it may stand more firmly. Not that your family have become courtly at courts, and that ye have learned, gay-colored like the flamingo, to stand long hours in shallow pools. For ability to stand is a merit in courtiers, and all courtiers believe that unto blessedness after death pertaineth permission to sit. Nor even that a spirit called holy led your forefathers into promised lands, which I do not praise. For where the worst of all trees grew, the cross, in that land there is nothing to praise. And verily, wherever this Holy Spirit led its knights, always in such campaigns did goats and geese and rye-heads and guy-heads run foremost. O my brethren, not backward shall your nobility gaze, but outward. Exiles shall ye be from all fatherlands and forefatherlands. Your children's land shall ye love. Let this love be your new nobility, the undiscovered in the remotest seas. For it do I bid your sails search and search. Unto your children shall ye make amends for being the children of your fathers. All the past shall ye thus redeem. This new table do I place over you. 13.
Why should one live? All is vain. To live, that is to thrash straw. To live, that is to burn oneself and yet not get warm.
Such ancient babbling still passeth for wisdom. Because it is old, however, and smelleth mustily, therefore is it the more honored. Even mould ennobleth. Children might thus speak. They shun the fire because it hath burnt them. There is much childishness in the old books of wisdom. And he who ever thrasheth straw, why should he be allowed to rail at thrashing? Such a fool one would have to muzzle. Such persons sit down to the table and bring nothing with them, not even hunger, and then do they rail, "All is vain." But to eat and drink well, my brethren, is verily no vain art. Break up for me the tables of the never joyous ones. 14.
To the clean are all things clean.
Thus say the people. I, however, say unto you, to the swine all things become swinish. Therefore preach the visionaries and bowed heads, whose hearts are also bowed down.
The world itself is a filthy monster.
For these are all unclean spirits, especially those, however, who have no peace or rest, unless they see the world from the backside, the backworldsman. To those, do I say it to the face, although it sound unpleasantly, the world resembleth man in that it hath a backside. So much is true. There is in the world much filth. So much is true. But the world itself is not therefore a filthy monster. There is wisdom in the fact that much in the world smelleth badly. Loathing itself createth wings and fountain-divining powers. In the best there is still something to loathe, and the best is still something that must be surpassed. Oh, my brethren, there is much wisdom in the fact that much filth is in the world. 15. Such sayings did I hear pious backworldsmen speak to their consciences, and verily without wickedness or guile, although there is nothing more guileful in the world or more wicked.
Let the world be as it is. Raise not a finger against it. Let whoever will choke and stab and skin and scrape the people raise not a finger against it. Thereby will they learn to renounce the world. And thine own reason, this shalt thou thyself stifle and choke, for it is a reason of this world. Thereby wilt thou learn thyself to renounce the world.
Shatter, shatter, O my brethren, those old tables of the pious. Tatter the maxims of the world maligners. 16.
He who learneth much unlearneth all violent cravings.
That do people now whisper to one another in all the dark lanes.
Wisdom wearieth, nothing is worth while, thou shalt not crave.
This new table found I hanging even in the public markets. Break up for me, O my brethren. Break up also that new table. The weary of the world put it up, and the preachers of death, and the jailer. For lo, it is also a sermon for slavery. Because they learned badly and not the best, and everything too early and everything too fast. Because they ate badly, from thence hath resulted their ruined stomach. For a ruined stomach is their spirit. It persuadeth to death. For verily, my brethren, the spirit is a stomach. Life is a well of delight, but to him in whom the ruined stomach speaketh, the father of affliction, all fountains are poisoned. To discern, that is delight to the lion-willed, but he who hath become weary is himself merely willed. With him play all the waves, and such is always the nature of weak men. They lose themselves on their way, and at last asketh their weariness,
Why did we ever go on the way? All is indifferent.
To them soundeth it pleasant to have preached in their ears,
Nothing is worth while. Ye shall not will.
That, however, is a sermon for slavery. O my brethren, a fresh blustering wind cometh Zarathustra unto all way-weary ones. Many noses will he yet make sneeze. Even through walls bloweth my free breath, and into prisons and imprisoned spirits. Willing emancipateth. For willing is creating. So do I teach, and only for creating shall ye learn. And also the learning shall ye learn only from me, the learning well. He who hath ears, let him hear. 17. There standeth the boat. Thither goeth it over, perhaps, into vast nothingness. But who willeth to enter into this, perhaps? None of you want to enter into the death-boat? How should ye then be world-weary ones? World-weary ones, and have not even withdrawn from the earth. Eager did I ever find you for the earth, amorous still of your own earth-weariness. Not in vain doth your lip hang down. A small worldly wish still sitteth thereon, and in your eye floateth there not a cloudlet of unforgotten earthly bliss? There are on the earth many good inventions, some useful, some pleasant. For their sake is the earth to be loved? And many such good inventions are there, that they are like woman's breasts, useful at the same time and pleasant. Ye world-weary ones, however, ye earth-idlers, you shall one beat with stripes shall one again make you sprightly limbs. For if ye be not invalids, or decrepit creatures, of whom the earth is weary, then are ye sly sloths, or dainty sneaking pleasure-cats. And if ye will not again run gaily, then shall ye pass away. To the incurable shall one not seek to be a physician. Thus teacheth Zarathustra. So shall ye pass away. But more courage is needed to make an end than to make a new verse. That do all physicians and poets know well. 18. O my brethren, there are tables which weariness framed, and tables which slothfulness framed, corrupt slothfulness. Although they speak similarly, they want to be heard differently. See this languishing one. Only a span breadth is he from his goal, but from weariness hath he lain down obstinately in the dust, this brave one. From weariness yawneth he at the path, at the earth, at the goal, and at himself. Not a step further will he go, this brave one. Now gloweth the sun upon him, and the dogs lick at his sweat, but he lieth there in his obstinacy, and preferreth to languish. A span breadth from his goal, to languish! Verily, ye will have to drag him into his heaven by the hair of his head, this hero. Better still that ye let him lie where he hath lain down, that sleep may come unto him, the comforter, with cooling patter-rain. Let him lie, until of his own accord he awakeneth, until of his own accord he repudiateth all weariness, and what weariness hath taught through him. Only, my brethren, see that ye scare the dogs away from him, the idle skulkers, and all the swarming vermin of the cultured, that feast on the sweat of every hero. 19. I form circles around me, and holy boundaries. Ever fewer ascend with me ever higher mountains. I build a mountain range out of ever holier mountains. But wherever ye would ascend with me, O my brethren, take care lest a parasite ascend with you. A parasite. That is, a reptile, a creeping, cringing reptile that trieth to fatten on your infirm and sore places. And this is its art. It divineth where ascending souls are weary, in your trouble and dejection, in your sensitive modesty, doth it build its loathsome nest. Where the strong are weak, where the noble are all too gentle, there buildeth it its loathsome nest. The parasite liveth where the great have small, sore places. What is the highest of all species of being, and what is the lowest? The parasite is the lowest species. He, however, who is of the highest species feedeth most parasites. For the soul which hath the longest ladder, and can go deepest down, how could there fail to be most parasites upon it? The most comprehensive soul, which can run and stray and rove furthest in itself, the most necessary soul which out of joy flingeth itself into chance, the soul in being, which plungeth into becoming, the possessing soul which seeketh to attain desire and longing, the soul fleeing from itself, which overtaketh itself in the widest circuit, the wisest soul unto which folly speaketh most sweetly, the soul most self-loving, in which all things have their current and countercurrent, their ebb and their flow. Oh, how could the loftiest soul fail to have the worst parasites? Notes by Anthony M. Ludovici. Paragraph 2. Nietzsche himself declares this to be the most decisive portion of the whole of Thus Spake Zarathustra. It is a sort of epitome of his leading doctrines. In verse 12 of the second paragraph, we learn how he himself would fain have abandoned the poetical method of expression, had he not known only too well that the only chance a new doctrine has of surviving, nowadays, depends upon its being given to the world in some kind of art form. Just as prophets, centuries ago, often had to have recourse to the mask of madness in order to mitigate the hatred of those who did not and could not see as they did, so today the struggle for existence among opinions and values is so great that an art form is practically the only garb in which a new philosophy can dare to introduce itself to us. Paragraphs 3 and 4. Many of the paragraphs will be found to be merely reminiscent of former discourses. For instance, paragraph 3 recalls redemption. The last verse of paragraph 4 is important. Freedom, which, as I have pointed out before, Nietzsche considered a dangerous acquisition in inexperienced or unworthy hands, here receives its death blow as a general desideratum. In the first part, we read under the way of the creating one, that freedom as an end in itself does not concern Zarathustra at all. He says there, quote, "Free from what? What doth that matter to Zarathustra? Clearly, however, shall thine eye answer me, free for what?" End quote. And in the Bedwarfing Virtue, quote, "Ah, that she understood my word. Do ever what she will, but first be such as can will." End quote. Paragraph 5. Here we have a description of the kind of altruism Nietzsche exacted from higher men. It is really a comment upon the bestowing virtue. See note on chapter 22. Paragraph 6. This refers, of course, to the reception pioneers of Nietzsche's stamp meet with at the hands of their contemporaries. Paragraph 8. Nietzsche teaches that nothing is stable, not even values, not even the concepts good and evil. He likens life unto a stream, but footbridges and railings span the stream, and they seem to stand firm. Many will be reminded of good and evil when they look upon these structures, for thus these same values stand over the stream of life, and life flows on beneath them and leaves them standing. When, however, winter comes and the stream gets frozen, many inquire, quote, "Should not everything stand still? Fundamentally everything standeth still." End quote. But soon the spring cometh, and with it the thaw wind. It breaks the ice, and the ice breaks down the footbridges and railings, whereupon everything is swept away. This state of affairs, according to Nietzsche, has now been reached. Quote, "O my brethren, is not everything at present in flux? Have not all railings and footbridges fallen into the water? Who would still hold on to good and evil?" End quote. Paragraph 9. This is complementary to the first 3 verses of paragraph 2. Paragraph 10. So far, this is perhaps the most important paragraph. It is a protest against reading a moral order of things in life. Quote, "Life is something essentially immoral." End quote. Nietzsche tells us in the introduction to The Birth of Tragedy. Even to call life activity, or to define it further as, quote, "the continuous adjustment of internal relations to external relations," end quote, as Spencer has it, Nietzsche characterizes as a democratic idiosyncrasy. He says to define it in this way, quote, "is to mistake the true nature and function of life, which is will to power. Life is essentially appropriation, injury, conquest of the strange and weak, suppression, severity, obtrusion of its own forms, incorporation, and at least, putting it mildest, exploitation." End quote. Adaptation is merely a secondary activity, a mere reactivity. See note on chapter 57. Paragraphs 11 and 12. These deal with Nietzsche's principle of the desirability of rearing a select race. The biological and historical grounds for his insistence upon this principle are, of course, manifold. Gobineau, in his great work, L'Égalité des races humaines, lays strong emphasis upon the evils which arise from promiscuous and intersocial marriages. He alone would suffice to carry Nietzsche's point against all those who are opposed to the other conditions, to the conditions which would have saved Rome, which have maintained the strength of the Jewish race, and which are strictly maintained by every breeder of animals throughout the world. Darwin, in his remarks relative to the degeneration of cultivated types of animals through the action of promiscuous breeding, brings Gobineau's support from the realm of biology. The last 2 verses of paragraph 12 were discussed in the notes on chapters 36 and 53. Paragraph 13. This, like the first part of The Soothsayer, is obviously a reference to the Schopenhauerian pessimism. Paragraphs 14, 15, 16, and 17. These are supplementary to the discourse Backworldsman. Paragraph 18. We must be careful to separate this paragraph in sense from the previous 4 paragraphs. Nietzsche is still dealing with pessimism here, but it is the pessimism of the hero, the man most susceptible of all to desperate views of life, owing to the obstacles that are arrayed against him in a world where men of his kind are very rare, and are continually being sacrificed. It was to save this man that Nietzsche wrote. Heroism foiled, thwarted, and wrecked, hoping and fighting until the last, is at length overtaken by despair and renounces all struggle for sleep. This is not the natural or constitutional pessimism which proceeds from an unhealthy body, the dyspeptic's lack of appetite. It is rather the desperation of the netted lion that ultimately stops all movement, because the more it moves, the more involved it becomes. End of Part 3, Section 1 of Chapter 56. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Part 3, second section of Chapter 56 of Thus Spake Zarathustra by Friedrich Nietzsche, translated by Thomas Common. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Old and New Tables continued. 20. O my brethren, am I then cruel? But I say, what falleth, that shall one also push. Everything of today, it falleth, it decayeth. Who would preserve it? But I wish also to push it. Know ye the delight which rolleth stones into precipitous depths? Those men of today see just how they roll into my depths. A prelude am I to better players, O my brethren, an example. Do according to mine example. And him whom ye do not teach to fly, teach, I pray you, to fall faster. 21. I love the brave, but it is not enough to be a swordsman. One must also know whereon to use swordsmanship. And often it is greater bravery to keep quiet and pass by, that thereby one may reserve oneself for a worthier foe. Ye shall only have foes to be hated, but not foes to be despised. Ye must be proud of your foes, thus have I already taught. For the worthier foe, O my brethren, shall ye reserve yourselves. Therefore must ye pass by many a one, especially many of the rabble, who din your ears with noise about people and peoples. Keep your eye clear of their for and against. There is there much right and much wrong. He who looketh on becometh wroth. Therein viewing, therein hewing, they are the same thing. Therefore depart into the forests, and lay your sword to sleep. Go your ways, and let the people and peoples go theirs. Gloomy ways, verily, on which not a single hope glinteth any more. Let there the traitor rule, where all that still glittereth is traitor's gold. It is the time of kings no longer. That which now calleth itself the people is unworthy of kings. See how these people themselves now do just like the traitors. They pick up the smallest advantage out of all kinds of rubbish. They lay lures for one another. They lure things out of one another, that they call good neighborliness. O blessed remote period when a people said to itself, I will be master over peoples. For my brethren, the best shall rule, the best also willeth to rule, and where the teaching is different, there the best is lacking. 22. If they had bread for nothing, alas, for what would they cry? Their maintainment, that is their true entertainment, and they shall have it hard. Beasts of prey are they, in their working. There is even plundering, in their earning. There is even overreaching. Therefore shall they have it hard. Better beasts of prey shall they thus become, subtler, cleverer, more man-like. For man is the best beast of prey. All the animals hath man already robbed of their virtues. That is why of all animals it hath been hardest for man. Only the birds are still beyond him. And if man should yet learn to fly, alas, to what height would his rapacity fly? 23. Thus would I have man and woman, fit for war the one, fit for maternity the other, both, however, fit for dancing with head and legs. And lost be the day to us in which a measure hath not been danced. and false be every truth which hath not had laughter along with it. 24. Your marriage arranging, see that it be not a bad arranging. Ye have arranged too hastily, so there followeth therefrom marriage breaking. And better marriage breaking than marriage bending, marriage lying. Thus spake a woman unto me, Indeed, I broke the marriage, but first did the marriage break me. The badly paired found I ever the most revengeful. They make every one suffer for it that they no longer run singly. On that account want I the honest ones to say to one another, We love each other. Let us see to it that we maintain our love. Or shall our pledging be blundering? Give us a set term and a small marriage, that we may see if we are fit for the great marriage. It is a great matter always to be twain. Thus do I counsel all honest ones, and what would be my love to this Superman and to all that is to come, if I should counsel and speak otherwise? Not only to propagate yourselves onwards, but upwards. Thereto, O my brethren, may the garden of marriage help you. 25. He who hath grown wise concerning old origins, lo, he will at last seek after the fountains of the future and new origins. O my brethren, not long will it be until new peoples shall arise, and new fountains shall rush down into new depths. For the earthquake, it choketh up many wells, it causeth much languishing, but it bringeth also to light inner powers and secrets. The earthquake discloseth new fountains. In the earthquake of old peoples, new fountains burst forth. And whoever calleth out, Lo, here is a well for many thirsty ones, one heart for many longing ones, one will for many instruments. Around him collecteth a people, that is to say, many attempting ones. Who can command, who must obey, that is there attempted. Ah, with what long seeking and solving and failing and learning and reattempting. Human society. It is an attempt, so I teach, a long seeking. It seeketh, however, the ruler. An attempt, my brethren, and no contract. Destroy, I pray you, destroy that word of the soft-hearted and half. 26. O my brethren, with whom lieth the greatest danger to the whole human future? Is it not with the good and just? As those who say and feel in their hearts, We already know what is good and just. We possess it also. Woe to those who still seek thereafter. And whatever harm the wicked may do, the harm of the good is the harmfulest harm. And whatever harm the world maligners may do, the harm of the good is the harmfulest harm. O my brethren, into the hearts of the good and just looked someone once on a time who said, They are the Pharisees. But people did not understand him. The good and just themselves were not free to understand him. Their spirit was imprisoned in their good conscience. The stupidity of the good is unfathomably wise. It is the truth, however, that the good must be Pharisees. They have no choice. The good must crucify him who deviseth his own virtue. That is the truth. The second one, however, who discovered their country, the country, heart, and soil of the good and just, it was he who asked, Whom do they hate the most? The Creator hate they most, him who breaketh the tables and old values, the breaker. Him they call the law-breaker. For the good, they cannot create. They are always the beginning of the end. They crucify him who writeth new values on new tables. They sacrifice unto themselves the future. They crucify the whole human future. The good, they have always been the beginning of the end. 27. O my brethren, have ye also understood this word? And what I once said of the last man, with whom lieth the greatest danger to the whole human future? Is it not with the good and just? Break up, I pray you, the good and just. O my brethren, have ye understood also this word? 28. Ye flee from me, ye are frightened, ye tremble at this word. O my brethren, when I enjoined you to break up the good and the tables of the good, then only did I embark man on his high seas. And now only cometh unto him the great terror, the great outlook, the great sickness, the great nausea, the great sea-sickness. False shores and false securities did the good teach you. In the lies of the good were ye born and bred. Everything hath been radically contorted and distorted by the good. But he who discovered the country of man discovered also the country of man's future. Now shall ye be sailors for me, brave, patient? Keep yourselves up betimes, my brethren, learn to keep yourselves up. The sea stormeth, many seek to raise themselves again by you. The sea stormeth, all is in the sea. Well, cheer up, ye old seamen hearts. What of fatherland? Thither striveth our helm where our children's land is. Thitherwards, stormier than the sea, stormeth our great longing. 29. Why so hard? Said the diamond one day, the charcoal. Are we then not near relatives? Why so soft? O my brethren, thus do I ask you. Are ye then not my brethren? Why so soft, so submissive and yielding? Why is there so much negation and abnegation in your hearts? Why is there so little fate in your looks? And if ye will not be fates and inexorable ones, how can ye one day conquer with me? And if your hardness will not glance and cut and chip to pieces, how can ye one day create with me? For the creators are hard, and blessedness must it seem to you to press your hand upon millenniums as upon wax. Blessedness to write upon the will of millenniums as upon brass. Harder than brass, nobler than brass, entirely hard is only the noblest. This new table, O my brethren, put I up over you. Become hard. 30. O thou, my will, thou change of every need, my needfulness, preserve me from all small victories. Thou fatedness of my soul, which I call fate, thou in me, over me, preserve and spare me for one great fate. And thy last greatness, my will, spare it for thy last, that thou mayest be inexorable in thy victory. Ah, who hath not succumbed to his victory? Whose eye hath not bedimmed in this intoxicated twilight? Whose foot hath not faltered and forgotten in victory how to stand? That I may one day be ready and ripe in the great noontide, ready and ripe like the glowing ore, the lightning-bearing cloud, and the swelling milk udder, ready for myself and for my most hidden will, a bow eager for its arrow, an arrow eager for its star, a star ready and ripe in its noontide, glowing, pierced, blessed by annihilating sun arrows, a sun itself, and an inexorable sun will, ready for annihilation in victory. O will, thou change of every need, my needfulness, spare me for one great victory. Thus spake Zarathustra. Notes by Anthony M. Ludovici. Paragraph 20. Quote, all that increases power is good. All that springs from weakness is bad. The weak and ill-constituted shall perish, first principle of our charity, and one shall also help them thereto. End quote. Nietzsche partly divined the kind of reception moral values of this stamp would meet with at the hands of the effeminate manhood of Europe. Here we see that he had anticipated the most likely form their criticism would take. See also the last two verses of paragraph 17. Paragraph 21. The first 10 verses here are reminiscent of War and Warriors, and of The Flies in the Marketplace. Verses 11 and 12, however, are particularly important. There is a strong argument in favor of the sharp differentiation of castes and of races and even of sexes. See note on chapter 18, running all through Nietzsche's writings. But sharp differentiation also implies antagonism in some form or other, hence Nietzsche's fears for modern man. What modern men desire above all is peace and the cessation of pain. But neither great races nor great castes have ever been built up in this way. Who still wanteth to rule? Zarathustra asks in the prologue. Who still wanteth to obey? Both are too burdensome. This is rapidly becoming everybody's attitude today. The tame moral reading of the face of nature, together with such democratic interpretations of life as those suggested by Herbert Spencer, are signs of a physiological condition which is the reverse of that bounding and irresponsible healthiness in which harder and more tragic values rule. Paragraph 24. This should be read in conjunction with Child and Marriage. In the 5th verse we shall recognize our old friend, Marriage on the 10-year system, which George Meredith suggested some years ago. This, however, must not be taken too literally. I do not think Nietzsche's profoundest views on marriage were ever intended to be given over to the public at all, at least not for the present. They appear in the biography by his sister, and although their wisdom is unquestionable, the nature of the reforms he suggests render it impossible for them to become popular just now. Paragraphs 26 and 27. See note on the prologue. Paragraph 28. Nietzsche was not an iconoclast from predilection. No bitterness or empty hate dictated his vituperations against existing values and against the dogmas of his parents and forefathers. He knew too well what these things meant to the millions who professed them, to approach the task of uprooting them with levity or even with haste. He saw what modern anarchists and revolutionists do not see, namely, that man is in danger of actual destruction when his customs and values are broken. I need hardly point out, therefore, how deeply he was conscious of the responsibility he threw upon our shoulders when he invited us to reconsider our position. The lines in this paragraph are evidence enough of his earnestness. End of Part 3, Chapter 56, recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Part 3, Chapter 57 of Thus Spake Zarathustra by Friedrich Nietzsche, translated by Thomas Common. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Convalescent. 1. One morning, not long after his return to his cave, Zarathustra sprang up from his couch like a madman, crying with a frightful voice and acting as if someone still lay on the couch who did not wish to rise. Zarathustra's voice also resounded in such a manner that his animals came to him frightened, and out of all the neighboring caves and lurking places all the creatures slipped away, flying, fluttering, creeping or leaping, according to their variety of foot or wing. Zarathustra, however, spake these words: "Up, abysmal thought, out of my depth! I am thy cock and morning dawn, thou overslept reptile! Up, up! My voice shall soon crow thee awake. Unbind the fetters of thine ears. Listen, for I wish to hear thee. Up, up! There is thunder enough to make the very graves listen, and rub the sleep and all the dimness and blindness out of thine eyes. Hear me also with thine eyes. My voice is a medicine even for those born blind. And once thou art awake, then shalt thou ever remain awake. It is not my custom to awake great-grandmothers out of their sleep that I may bid them sleep on. Thou stirrest, stretchest thyself, wheezest. Up, up! Not wheeze shalt thou, but speak unto me. Zarathustra calleth thee, Zarathustra the godless. I, Zarathustra, the advocate of living, the advocate of suffering, the advocate of the circuit, thee do I call my most abysmal thought. Joy to me! Thou comest. I hear thee. Mine abyss speaketh. My lowest depth have I turned over into the light. Joy to me! Come hither. Give me thy hand. Ha! Let be. Ha! Disgust, disgust, disgust! Alas to me! 2. Hardly, however, had Zarathustra spoken these words, when he fell down as one dead, and remained long as one dead. When, however, he again came to himself, then was he pale and trembling, and remained lying, and for long he would neither eat nor drink. This condition continued for 7 days. His animals, however, did not leave him day or night, except that the eagle flew forth to fetch food. And what it fetched and foraged it laid on Zarathustra's couch, so that Zarathustra at last lay among yellow and red berries, grapes, rosy apples, sweet-smelling herbage, and pine-cones. At his feet, however, 2 lambs were stretched, which the eagle had with difficulty carried off from their shepherds. At last, after 7 days, Zarathustra raised himself upon his couch, took a rosy apple in his hand, smelt it, and found it smell pleasant. Then did his animals think the time had come to speak unto him. "O Zarathustra," said they, "now hast thou lain thus for 7 days with heavy eyes. Wilt thou not set thyself again upon thy feet? Step out of thy cave. The world waiteth for thee as a garden. The wind playeth with heavy fragrance, which seeketh for thee, and all brooks would like to run after thee. All things long for thee, since thou hast remained alone for 7 days. Step forth out of thy cave. All things want to be thy physicians. Did perhaps a new knowledge come to thee? A bitter, grievous knowledge? Like leavened dough layest thou,
thy soul arose and swelled beyond all its bounds.
"O mine animals," answered Zarathustra, "talk on thus, and let me listen. It refresheth me so to hear your talk. Where there is talk, there is the world as a garden unto me. How charming it is that there are words and tones! Are not words and tones rainbows and seeming bridges twixt the eternally separated? To each soul belongeth another world. To each soul is every other soul a back-world. Among the most alike doth semblance deceive most delightfully. For the smallest gap is most difficult to bridge over. For me, how could there be an outside of me? There is no outside. But this we forget on hearing tones. How delightful it is that we forget. Have not names and tones been given unto things that man may refresh himself with them? It is a beautiful folly, speaking. Therewith danceth man over everything. How lovely is all speech, and all falsehoods of tones. With tones danceth our love on variegated rainbows."
"O Zarathustra," said then his animals, "to those who think like us, things all dance themselves. They come and hold out the hand, and laugh, and flee, and return. Everything goeth, everything returneth, eternally rolleth the wheel of existence. Everything dieth, everything blossometh forth again, eternally runneth on the year of existence. Everything breaketh, everything is integrated anew, eternally buildeth itself the same house of existence. All things separate, all things again greet one another. Eternally true to itself remaineth the ring of existence. Every moment beginneth existence. Around every here rolleth the ball there. The middle is everywhere. Crooked is the path of eternity."
"O ye wags and barrel-organs," answered Zarathustra, and smiled once more, "how well do ye know what had to be fulfilled in 7 days, and how that monster crept into my throat and choked me. But I bit off its head and spat it away from me. And ye have made a liar lay out of it? Now, however, do I lie here, still exhausted with that biting and spitting away, still sick with mine own salvation, and ye looked on at it all? O mine animals, are ye also cruel? Did ye like to look at my great pain as men do? For man is the cruelest animal. At tragedies, bullfights, and crucifixions hath he hitherto been happiest on earth. And when he invented his hell, behold, that was his heaven on earth. When the great man crieth, immediately runneth the little man thither, and his tongue hangeth out of his mouth for very lusting. He, however, calleth it his pity. The little man, especially the poet, how passionately doth he accuse life in words! Hearken to him, but do not fail to hear the delight which is in all accusation. Such accusers of life, them life overcometh with a glance of the eye.
"Thou lovest me," saith the insolent one. "Wait a little, as yet I have no time for thee."
Toward himself man is the cruelest animal, and in all who call themselves sinners and bearers of the cross and penitents, do not overlook the voluptuousness in their plaints and accusations. And I myself, do I thereby want to be man's accuser? Ah, mine animals, this only I have learned hitherto, that for man his baddest is necessary for his best. That all that is baddest is the best power, and the hardest stone for the highest creator, and that man must become better and better. Not to this torture stake was I tied, that I know man is bad, but I cried as no one hath yet cried, ah, that his baddest is so very small, ah, that his best is so very small. The great disgust at man, it strangled me and had crept into my throat, and what the soothsayer had presaged, all is alike, nothing is worth while, knowledge strangleth. A long twilight limped on before me, a fatally weary, fatally intoxicated sadness, which spake with yawning mouth. Eternally he returneth, the man of whom thou art weary, the small man. So yawned my sadness, and dragged its foot, and could not go to sleep. A cavern became the human earth to me, its breast caved in. Everything living became to me human dust, and bones, and mouldering past. My sighing sat on all human graves, and could no longer arise. My sighing and questioning croaked and choked and gnawed and nagged day and night. Ah, man returneth eternally, the small man returneth eternally. Naked had I once seen both of them, the greatest man and the smallest man, all too like one another, all too human, even the greatest man, all too small, even the greatest man. That was my disgust at man, and the eternal return also of the smallest man. That was my disgust at all existence. Ah, disgust, disgust, disgust! Thus spake Zarathustra, and sighed and shuddered, for he remembered his sickness. Then did his animals prevent him from speaking further.
"Do not speak further, thou convalescent,"
so answered his animals,
"but go out where the world waiteth for thee, like a garden. Go out unto the roses, the bees, and the flocks of doves, especially, however, unto the singing birds, to learn singing from them. For singing is for the convalescent. The sound ones may talk, and when the sound also want songs, then want they other songs than the convalescent."
"O ye wags and barrel organs, do be silent," answered Zarathustra, and smiled at his animals. "How well ye know what consolation I devised for myself in 7 days. That I have to sing once more. That consolation did I devise for myself, and this convalescence. Would ye also make another lyre lay thereof?"
"Do not talk further,"
answered his animals once more.
"Rather, thou convalescent, prepare for thyself first a lyre, a new lyre. For behold, O Zarathustra, for thy new lays there are needed new lyres. Sing and bubble over, O Zarathustra, heal thy soul with new lays, that thou mayest bear thy great fate, which hath not yet been any one's fate. For thine animals know it well, O Zarathustra, who thou art and must become. Behold, thou art the teacher of the eternal return. That is now thy fate, that thou must be the first to teach this teaching. How could this great fate not be thy greatest danger and infirmity? Behold, we know what thou teachest, that all things eternally return, and ourselves with them, and that we have already existed times without number, and all things with us. Thou teachest that there is a great year of becoming, a prodigy of a great year. It must, like a sand-glass, ever turn up anew, that it may anew run down and run out. So that, All those years are like one another in the greatest and also in the smallest, so that we ourselves in every great year are like ourselves in the greatest and also in the smallest. And if thou wouldst now die, O Zarathustra, behold, we know also how thou wouldst then speak to thyself, but thine animals beseech thee not to die yet. Thou wouldst speak, and without trembling, buoyant rather with bliss, for a great weight and worry would be taken from thee, thou patientest one. Now do I die and disappear, wouldst thou say? And in a moment I am nothing. Souls are as mortal as bodies, but the plexus of causes returneth in which I am intertwined. It will again create me. I myself pertain to the causes of the eternal return. I come again with this sun, with this earth, with this eagle, with this serpent, not to a new life, or a better life, or a similar life. I come again eternally to this identical and self-same life, in its greatest and its smallest, to teach again the eternal return of all things, to speak again the word of the great noontide of earth and man, to announce again to man the Superman. I have spoken my word. I break down by my word. So willeth mine eternal fate. As announcer do I succumb. The hour hath now come for the down-goer to bless himself. Thus endeth Zarathustra's down-going.
When the animals had spoken these words, they were silent and waited, so that Zarathustra might say something to them. But Zarathustra did not hear that they were silent. On the contrary, he lay quietly with closed eyes, like a person sleeping, although he did not sleep, for he communed just then with his soul. The serpent, however, and the eagle, when they found him silent in such wise, respected the great stillness around him, and prudently retired. Notes by Anthony M. Ludovici. We meet several puzzles here. Zarathustra calls himself the advocate of the circle, the eternal recurrence of all things, and he calls this doctrine his abysmal thought. In the last verse of the first paragraph, however, after hailing his deepest thought, he cries, "Disgust, disgust, disgust." We know Nietzsche's ideal man was that, quote, world-approving, exuberant, and vivacious creature who has not only learnt to compromise and arrange with that which was and is, but wishes to have it again, as it was and is, for all eternity, insatiably calling out da capo, not only to himself, but to the whole piece and play. End quote. See note on chapter 42. But if one asks oneself what the conditions to such an attitude are, one will realize immediately how utterly different Nietzsche was from his ideal. The man who insatiably cries da capo to himself and to the whole of his mise en scène must be in a position to desire every incident in his life to be repeated not once, but again and again, eternally. Now, Nietzsche's life had been too full of disappointments, illness, unsuccessful struggles, and snubs to allow of his thinking of the eternal recurrence without loathing, hence probably the words of the last verse. In verses 15 and 16 we have Nietzsche declaring himself an evolutionist in the broadest sense, that is to say that he believes in the development hypothesis as the description of the process by which species have originated. Now, to understand his position correctly, we must show his relationship to the two greatest of modern evolutionists, Darwin and Spencer. As a philosopher, however, Nietzsche does not stand or fall by his objections to the Darwinian or Spencerian cosmogony. He never laid claim to a very profound knowledge of biology, and his criticism is far more valuable as the attitude of a fresh mind than as that of a specialist toward the question. Moreover, in his objections many difficulties are raised which are not settled by an appeal to either of the men above mentioned. We have given Nietzsche's definition of life in the note on chapter 56, paragraph 10. Still, there remains a hope that Darwin and Nietzsche may some day become reconciled by a new description of the processes by which varieties occur. The appearance of varieties among animals and of, quote, sporting plants, end quote, in the vegetable kingdom is still shrouded in mystery, and the question whether this is not precisely the ground on which Darwin and Nietzsche will meet is an interesting one. The former says in his Origin of Species concerning the causes of variability, quote, "There are two factors, namely the nature of the organism and the nature of the conditions. The former seems to be much the more important," italics are mine, "for nearly similar variations sometimes arise under, as far as we can judge, dissimilar conditions, and on the other hand, dissimilar variations arise under conditions which appear to be nearly uniform." End quote. Nietzsche, recognizing the same truth, would ascribe practically all of the importance to the, quote, "highest functionaries in the organism, in which the life-will appears as an active and formative principle," end quote. And except in certain cases where passive organisms alone are concerned, would not give such a prominent place to the influence of environment. Adaptation, according to him, is merely a secondary activity, a mere reactivity, and he is therefore quite opposed to Spencer's definition, quote, "Life is the continuous adjustment of internal relations to external relations," end quote. Again, in the motive force behind animal and plant life, Nietzsche disagrees with Darwin. He transforms the struggle for existence, the passive and involuntary condition, into the struggle for power, which is active and creative, and much more in harmony with Darwin's own view given above concerning the importance of the organism itself. The change is one of such far-reaching importance that we cannot dispose of it in a breath, as a mere play upon words. Quote, "Much is reckoned higher than life itself by the living one." End quote. Nietzsche says that to speak of the activity of life as a struggle for existence is to state the case inadequately. He warns us not to confound Malthus with nature. There is something more than this struggle between the organic beings on this earth. Want, which is supposed to bring this struggle about, is not so common as is supposed. Some other force must be operative. The will to power is this force. Quote, "The instinct of self-preservation is only one of the indirect and most frequent results thereof." End quote. A certain lack of acumen in psychological questions and the condition of affairs in England at the time Darwin wrote may both, according to Nietzsche, have induced the renowned naturalist to describe the forces of nature as he did in his Origin of Species. In verses 28, 29, and 30 of the second portion of this discourse, we meet with a doctrine which, at first sight, seems to be merely le manoir à l'envers. Indeed, one English critic has actually said of Nietzsche that "Thus Spake Zarathustra" is no more than a compendium of modern views and maxims turned upside down. Examining these heterodox pronouncements a little more closely, however, we may possibly perceive their truth. Regarding good and evil as purely relative values, it stands to reason that what may be bad or evil in a given man, relative to a certain environment, may actually be good, if not highly virtuous in him, relative to a certain other environment. If this hypothetical man represent the ascending line of life, that is to say, if he promise all that which is highest in a Greco-Roman sense, then it is likely that he will be condemned as wicked if introduced into the society of men representing the opposite and descending line of life. By depriving a man of his wickedness, more particularly nowadays, therefore one may unwittingly be doing violence to the greatest in him. It may be an outrage against his wholeness, just as the lopping off of a leg would be. Fortunately,
the natural so-called wickedness of higher men has in a certain measure been able to resist this lopping process which successive slave moralities have practiced, but signs are not wanting which show that the noblest wickedness is fast vanishing from society, the wickedness of courage and determination, and that Nietzsche has good reasons for crying, quote, "Ah, that man's baddest is so very small. Ah, that his best is so very small. What is good? To be brave is good. It is the good war which halloweth every cause." End quote. See also paragraph 5, Higher Man. End of Part 3, Chapter 57, recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia.
Part 3, Chapter 58 of Thus Spake Zarathustra by Friedrich Nietzsche, translated by Thomas Common. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Great Longing. O my soul, I have taught thee to say, today, as once on a time and formerly, and to dance thy measure over every here and there and yonder. O my soul, I delivered thee from all by-places. I brushed down from thee dust and spiders and twilight. O my soul, I washed the petty shame and the by-place virtue from thee, and persuaded thee to stand naked before the eyes of the sun. With the storm that is called spirit did I blow over thy surging sea. All clouds did I blow away from it. I strangled even the strangler called sin. O my soul, I gave thee the right to say nay like the storm, and to say yea as the open heaven saith yea. Calm as the light remainest thou, and now walkest through denying storms. O my soul, I restored to thee liberty over the created and the uncreated, and who knoweth, as thou knowest, the voluptuousness of the future. O my soul, I taught thee the contempt which doth not come like worm-eating, the great, the loving contempt which loveth most where it contemneth most. O my soul, I taught thee so to persuade that thou persuadest even the grounds themselves to thee, like the sun, which persuadeth even the sea to its height. O my soul, I have taken from thee all obeying and knee-bending and homage-paying. I have myself given thee the names change of need and fate. O my soul, I have given thee new names and gay-colored playthings. I have called thee fate, and the circuit of circuits, and the navel string of time, and the azure bell. O my soul, to thy domain gave I all wisdom to drink, all new wines, and also all immemorially old strong wines of wisdom. O my soul, every sun shed I upon thee, and every night, and every silence, and every longing. Then grewest thou up for me as a vine. O my soul, exuberant and heavy dost thou now stand forth, a vine with swelling udders and full clusters of brown golden grapes, filled and weighted by thy happiness, waiting from superabundance, and yet ashamed of thy waiting. O my soul, there is nowhere a soul which could be more loving and more comprehensive and more extensive. Where could future and past be closer together than with thee? O my soul, I have given thee everything, and all my hands have become empty by thee. And now sayest thou to me, smiling and full of melancholy, which of us oweth thanks? Doth the giver not owe thanks because the receiver received? Is bestowing not a necessity? Is receiving not pitying? O my soul, I understand the smiling of thy melancholy. Thine overabundance itself now stretcheth out longing hands. Thy fullness looketh forth over raging seas, and seeketh and waiteth. The longing of over-fullness looketh forth from the smiling heaven of thine eyes. And verily, O my soul, who could see thy smiling and not melt into tears? The angels themselves melt into tears through the over-graciousness of thy smiling. Thy graciousness and over-graciousness is it which will not complain and weep, and yet, O my soul, longeth thy smiling for tears and thy trembling mouth for sobs. Is not all weeping complaining, and all complaining accusing? Thus speakest thou to thyself, and therefore, O my soul, wilt thou rather smile than pour forth thy grief? Than in gushing tears pour forth all thy grief concerning thy fullness, and concerning the craving of the vine for the vintager and vintage knife. But wilt thou not weep? Wilt thou not weep forth thy purple melancholy? Then wilt thou have to sing, O my soul. Behold, I smile myself, who foretell thee this. Thou wilt have to sing with passionate song, until all seas turn calm, to hearken unto thy longing. Until over calm longing seas the bark glideth, the golden marvel around the gold of which all good, bad, and marvellous things frisk. Also, many large and small animals, and everything that hath light, marvellous feet, so that it can run on violent blue paths, towards the golden marvel, the spontaneous bark and its master. He, however, is the vintager who waiteth with the diamond vintage knife, thy great deliverer, O my soul, the nameless one, for whom future songs only will find names. And verily, already hath thy breath the fragrance of future songs. Already glowest thou and dreamest. Already drinkest thou thirstily at all deep echoing wells of consolation. Already reposeth thy melancholy in the bliss of future songs. O my soul, now have I given thee all, and even my last possession, and all my hands have become empty by thee. That I bade thee sing. Behold, that was my last thing to give. That I bade thee sing. Say now, say, which of us now oweth thanks? Better still, however, sing unto me. Sing, O my soul, and let me thank thee. Thus spake Zarathustra. End of Part 3, Chapter 58. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Part 3, Chapter 59 of Thus Spake Zarathustra by Friedrich Nietzsche. Translated by Thomas Common. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Second Dance Song. 1. Into thine eyes gazed I lately, O life. Gold saw I gleam in thy night eyes. My heart stood still with delight. A golden bark saw I gleam on darkened waters, a sinking, drinking, reblinking golden swing bark. At my dance frantic foot dost thou cast a glance, a laughing, questioning, melting, thrown glance. Twice only movest thou thy rattle with thy little hands. Then did my feet swing with dance fury. My heels reared aloft, my toes they hearkened. Thee they would know. Hath not the dancer his ear in his toe? Unto thee did I spring, then flett'st thou back from my bound, and toward me waved thy fleeing, flying tresses round. Away from thee did I spring, and from thy snaky tresses. Then stood'st thou there half turned, and in thine eye caresses. With crooked glances dost thou teach me crooked courses. On crooked courses learn my feet crafty fancies. I fear thee near, I love thee far. Thy flight allureth me, thy seeking secureth me. I suffer but for thee, what would I not gladly bear? For thee, whose coldness inflameth, whose hatred misleadeth, whose flight enchaineth, whose mockery pleadeth. Who would not hate thee, thou great bindress, inwindress, temptress, seekress, findress? Who would not love thee, thou innocent, impatient, wind-swift, child-eyed sinner? Whither pullest thou me now, thou paragon and tomboy? And now foolest thou me fleeing, thou sweet romp dost annoy. I dance after thee, I follow even faint traces lonely. Where art thou? Give me thy hand, or thy finger only. Here are caves and thickets, we shall go astray. Halt, stand still. Seest thou not owls and bats in fluttering fray? Thou bat, thou owl, thou wouldst play me foul? Where are we? From the dogs hast thou learned thus to bark and howl? Thou gnashest on me sweetly with little white teeth. Thine evil eyes shoot out upon me, thy curly little mane from underneath. This is a dance over stock and stone. I am the hunter. Wilt thou be my hound or my chamois anon? Now, beside me, and quickly, wickedly springing. Now up and over. Alas, I have fallen myself over swinging. Oh, see me lying, thou arrogant one, and imploring grace. Gladly would I walk with thee in some lovelier place. In the paths of love, through bushes variegated, quiet, trim, or there along the lake where golden fishes dance and swim. Thou art now aweary. There above are sheep and sunset stripes. Is it not sweet to sleep the shepherd pipes? Thou art so very weary? I carry thee thither. Let just thine arms sink. And art thou thirsty? I should have something, but thy mouth would not like it to drink. Oh, that cursed nimble, supple serpent and lurking witch! Where art thou gone? But in my face do I feel through thy hand 2 spots, and red blotches itch. I am verily weary of it, ever thy sheepish shepherd to be. Thou witch, if I have hitherto sung unto thee, now shalt thou cry unto me. To the rhythm of my whip shalt thou dance and cry. I forget not my whip, not I. 2. Then did life answer me thus, and kept thereby her fine ears closed.
O Zarathustra, crack not so terribly with thy whip. Thou knowest surely that noise killeth thought, and just now there came to me such delicate thoughts. We are both of us genuine ne'er-do-wells and ne'er-do-ills. Beyond good and evil found we our island and our green meadow, we 2 alone. Therefore must we be friendly to each other. And even should we not love each other from the bottom of our hearts, must we then have a grudge against each other if we do not love each other perfectly? And that I am friendly to thee, and often too friendly, that knowest thou, and the reason is that I am envious of thy wisdom. Ah, this mad old fool, wisdom! If thy wisdom should one day run away from thee, then would also my love run away from thee quickly.
Thereupon did Life look thoughtfully behind and around, and said softly,
O Zarathustra, thou art not faithful enough to me. Thou lovest me not nearly so much as thou sayest. I know thou thinkest of soon leaving me. There is an old, heavy, heavy booming clock. It boometh by night up to thy cave. When thou hearest this clock strike the hours at midnight, then thinkest thou between 1 and 12 thereon. Thou thinkest thereon, O Zarathustra, I know it, of soon leaving me.
Yea, answered I hesitatingly, but thou knowest it also. And I said something into her ear, in amongst her confused yellow foolish tresses.
Thou knowest that, O Zarathustra? That knoweth no one.
And we gazed at each other, and looked at the green meadow o'er which the cool evening was just passing, and we wept together. Then, however, was life dearer unto me than all my wisdom had ever been. Thus spake Zarathustra. 3. 1. O man, take heed. 2. What saith deep midnight's voice indeed? 3. I slept my sleep. 4. From deepest dream I've woken plead. 5. The world is deep. 6. And deeper than the day could read. 7. Deep is its woe. 8. Joy, deeper still than grief can be. 9. Woe saith, hence, go. 10. But joys all want eternity. 11. Want deep, profound eternity. 12. End of Part 3, Chapter 59. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Part 3, Chapter 60 of Thus Spake Zarathustra by Friedrich Nietzsche, translated by Thomas Common. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Seven Seals, or the Yea and Amen Lay. 1. If I be a diviner, and full of the divining spirit which wandereth on high mountain ridges twixt two seas, wandereth twixt the past and the future as a heavy cloud, hostile to sultry plains, and to all that is weary, and can neither die nor live, ready for lightning in its dark bosom, and for the redeeming flash of light, charged with lightnings which say, Yea, which laugh, Yea, ready for divining flashes of lightning. Blessed, however, is he who is thus charged, and verily, long must he hang like a heavy tempest on the mountain, who shall one day kindle the light of the future. Oh, how could I not be ardent for eternity, and for the marriage ring of rings, the ring of the return? Never yet have I found the woman by whom I should like to have children, unless it be this woman whom I love, for I love thee, O eternity. For I love thee, O eternity. 2. If ever my wrath hath burst graves, shifted landmarks, or rolled old shattered tables into precipitous depths, if ever my scorn hath scattered mouldered words to the winds, and if I have come like a bosom to cross-spiters, and as a cleansing wind to old charnel houses, if ever I have sat rejoicing where old gods lie buried, world-blessing, world-loving, beside the monuments of old world-maligners. For even churches in God's graves do I love, If only heaven looketh through their ruined roofs with pure eyes, gladly do I sit like grass and red poppies on ruined churches. Oh, how could I not be ardent for eternity, and for the marriage ring of rings, the ring of the return? Never yet have I found the woman by whom I should like to have children, unless it be this woman whom I love, for I love thee, O eternity. For I love thee, O eternity. 3. If ever a breath hath come to me of the creative breath, and of the heavenly necessity which compelleth even chances to dance star dances, if ever I have laughed with the laughter of the creative lightning, to which the long thunder of the deed followeth grumblingly, but obediently, if ever I have played dice with the gods at the divine table of the earth, so that the earth quaked and ruptured, and snorted forth fire streams, for a divine table is the earth, and trembling with new creative dictums and dice casts of the gods. Oh, how could I not be ardent for eternity, and for the marriage ring of rings, the ring of the return? Never yet have I found the woman by whom I should like to have children, unless it be this woman whom I love, for I love thee, O eternity. For I love thee, O eternity. 4. If ever I have drunk a full draught of the foaming spice and confection bowl in which all things are well mixed, if ever my hand hath mingled the furthest with the nearest, fire with spirit, joy with sorrow, and the harshest with the kindest, if I myself am a grain of the saving salt which maketh everything in the confection bowl mix well, for there is a salt which uniteth good with evil, and even the evilest is worthy as spicing and as final overfoaming. Oh, how could I not be ardent for eternity, and for the marriage ring of rings, the ring of the return? Never yet have I found the woman by whom I should like to have children, unless it be this woman whom I love, for I love thee, O eternity. For I love thee, O eternity. 5. If I be fond of the sea, and all that is sea-like, and fondest of it when it angrily contradicteth me, if the exploring delight be in me, which impelleth sails to the undiscovered, if the seafarer's delight be in my delight, if ever my rejoicing hath called out, the shore hath vanished, now hath fallen from me the last chain, the boundless roareth around me, far away sparkle for me space and time, well, cheer up, old heart. Oh, how could I not be ardent for eternity, and for the marriage ring of rings, the ring of the return? Never yet have I found the woman by whom I should like to have children, unless it be this woman whom I love, for I love thee, O eternity. For I love thee, O eternity. 6. If my virtue be a dancer's virtue, and if I have often sprung with both feet into golden emerald rapture, if my wickedness be a laughing wickedness, at home among rose-banks and hedges of lilies, for in laughter is all evil present, but it is sanctified and absolved by its own bliss. And if it be my Alpha and Omega that everything heavy shall become light, every body a dancer, and every spirit a bird, and verily, that is my Alpha and Omega. Oh, how could I not be ardent for eternity, and for the marriage ring of rings, the ring of the return? Never yet have I found the woman by whom I should like to have children, unless it be this woman whom I love, For I love thee, O eternity. For I love thee, O eternity. 7. If ever I have spread out a tranquil heaven above me, and have flown into mine own heaven with mine own pinions, if I have swum playfully in profound luminous distances, and if my freedom's avian wisdom hath come to me, thus, however, speaketh avian wisdom. Lo, there is no above and no below. Throw thyself about, outward, backward, thou light one, sing, speak no more. Are not all words made for the heavy? Do not all words lie to the light ones? Sing, speak no more. Oh, how could I not be ardent for eternity? And for the marriage ring of rings, the ring of the return? Never yet have I found the woman by whom I should like to have children, unless it be this woman whom I love. For I love thee, O eternity. For I love thee, O eternity. Notes by Anthony M. Ludovici. This is a final paean which Zarathustra sings to eternity and the marriage ring of rings, the ring of the eternal recurrence. End of Part 3, Chapter 60. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia.